That circularity, what we are aiming for, and that's our internal mission, so to say, on circularity. We very much want to contribute to collaboration. If you talk about circularity, and again, we had this in the plenary already, it's a lot about collaboration. You cannot do it alone. You need the whole value chain in place, but that's quite difficult. To talk to somebody in Bangladesh with a very different mindset about creating a joint narrative. It's not impossible, but you have to work with your partner on it. We also bring in the consumer perspective because often stuff is with us. We don't bring it back. We don't reuse. We don't repair. So how do we engage us on circularity? That's another thing we are trying to do. On digitalization, it's a bit a different ballgame. It's again a tool, it's not the means, but we are trying to see what is digitalization with purpose. So how can we give artificial intelligence a purpose like circular economy, serving and helping circular economy to grow, helping to get the right information for decision making at the design stage, at the stage where you need to talk to your supplier about certain new business models. We're working on digitalization already for some years with different organizations trying to see this higher purpose of digitalization. And the higher purpose for many years was the framing of the European Green Deal. So how can you create digital tools that support biodiversity, that support circularity, that support climate change and climate neutrality, if you talk about it. And we have done this outside in and inside out. What does it mean? Inside out means we have worked quite heavily with the digital sector. There's an organization which also has been founded by the United Nations, which is GESI. It's a global organization bringing together all the big players on, let's say, ICT, digitalization, telecom, and they have an interesting narrative also they work on. It's digital with purpose. Google, Microsoft, and many other players are asking now themselves, how can we serve, how can we build tools on digitalization that serve the purpose? We are leading a working group among them, but we're also looking on the other side on small and medium-sized companies that really want to get circular, that want to create a new value chain, that want to create the value chain also in terms of bringing all the material back. And then we see how difficult it is. We see how they struggle to get the whole value chain partners aligned. This is a back company which has also got several awards, sustainability awards. They're really trying to prototype this, to repair, to reuse components. And again, in many ways, they struggle. And some support which can be given, it's not all of it, you will see later on, is also by the means of digitalization. So this about work we are doing, and how can we link now artificial intelligence and circularity? You see there, the circular value chain is not yet really in place. It's still broken. It's still a bit difficult to work with. And then if you look on digitalization, it has many means you can give to it. You can go into the value chain. It's about value chain transparency, to know which material are where and how to get it back and how to make the real logistic, for example, about it. But also how can you empower consumer to know, well, this furniture I don't want to have anymore, or maybe I want to have it, but I want to have it repaired because it doesn't look anymore. And where do I go? I have a washing machine for 20 years. It's still okay. Maybe the energy consumption is high, but should I go for a new one, or should I maybe replace something in the washing machine? So empowering consumer as also one element of digitalization. And then, of course, you can go in very different technologies. And the ones I pick now in order to serve the higher purpose of circularity is the one of AI. Growing sector. We are talking now about billions at the moment. Investments into the AI sector, we are talking about 2030, about trillions of euros going there. So how can we use AI tools in terms of monitoring to know actually what is the condition of my washing machine? Is it still working? Is there something wrong? And can I get the information what is wrong and get the right guy to repair it? You know, normally, if the right guy comes, you will say, oh, it's very expensive. I would ask you to buy a new one because if I do now the repair, it might cost you more than a new one. So this information is actually not the factual one we need. So how can we involve artificial intelligence in providing the right information? But also how can we help companies to go into the real logistic? It's a complex matter to get all these chains reassembled for circularity. How can we get the right information if you are a designer? You need to choose the right material, bio-based at a certain time. You need to see the whole value chain, what can happen under different weather conditions, under different places, under different legislation the chain is going to. So how can you help the designer to find the right solution? Sometimes even the designer might have the mindset, but might be overwhelmed by the different information he needs to put together. So again, how can artificial intelligence help there? We're working currently with a design school on using those and developing, because they are not out there. You need to develop those tools. You need to develop the information base for designer to support them in their decision. We also see that the European Commission, of course, has done a study on this and is emphasizing for the future competitiveness of Europe, artificial intelligence is very important. You see different streams, for example, in critical raw material. Again, how do you know where your critical raw material went? Thomas just told that the guy wouldn't know where his material went. So having said this, it's still on the niche level. We still have lots of things to do to reorganize this. And many of these are not digital. They are not digital topics. So I have actually 4 theses for you where I would say, well, maybe we have to do this before even we can engage largely into artificial intelligence. And the first one, we heard it also this morning already, it's about collaboration. Actually, there's a lot of trust missing just to share information, just to share data. Before we don't solve this, artificial intelligence will not help us. Same on city level. There are a lot of data silos. If we don't manage to get trust into a city level infrastructure on artificial intelligence, we will have difficulties. And other theses, I will come back to you. So let's look on the first one, collaboration. If we look on the digital product passport, and if you have engaged into those discussions, you see how long it takes to agree on standards, to agree on norms for different terminologies, because there's a different understanding of things, what waste is, what reuse might mean. So you need quite a little of work on this, but you also need to create trust. If your partner is sitting there, and maybe some of them are long-term partner already, and you suddenly say, I want to be circular, still there might not be the same ambition in the room. So you need to create, and we have created a number of clubs on circularity for the last years, and sometimes it takes us 2 to 3 years to get to really point that they start to share information about their own production process, their own logistic processes, because you need to, again, create a joint mission and vision even into it. And this you see also basically on city level. There is a huge antitrust about those digital tools. Civil society often is not part of the discussion. And we see now in the first cities that centers are starting up on AI, bringing different stakeholders together, discussing what is actually our mission on AI and circularity or biodiversity in order to align our data, but also our mindset. Again, it's about the human mind. It's not about the data. The data is relatively simple if they have the humans on the other side, as Thomas said, wanting to work together, bringing this together, taking the action in a joint manner. Also, it's about engaging consumers then, in the end of the day, citizen, to gain trust about it's not only the business data which is in there, but it's also other type of data which can support my well-being as well. I skipped some of the slides because my presentation has been narrowed down time-wise from 25 to 15. So another thesis, I think, which is out there, which we need to look at, and which you probably feel also if you look on circularity, and the same on AI, still we need to upskill. The competitive report from Draghi also said it already. There are different things we need to look into. Cross-diversity knowledge, for example. We need to look into this. How do you bring data and your mission together? Which data is needed then in order to create a circular value chain, as an example? And doing so, you need to look into how to align circularity and data, basically. How do you create this mindset jointly, but also how do you create a digital circular knowledge and how to get into the decision-making later on. We work with a number of service providers offering digital tools. Often, again, they have the difficulties that the data is collected, but what is taken out after you have collected the data is very minor. So they say only 5% of what you can achieve from the data is really anchored into the organization back. Why so? Because the data analysts are missing, the purpose is missing. So again, lots of emphasis is put on collecting data, but not so much on assessing the data and bringing this into a strategic roadmap for the organization. We are currently working in an Erasmus Plus project with 10 other European countries on creating a course with 80 actually course sections on looking into those different factors. A learning platform, how to create collaboration, a learning platform, how actually to look into data-driven insights and how to interpret it, and how to, again, have a discussion about what do you want with the data in terms of what is your achievement if you have collected the data along the value chain. Also simulation techniques. What can be a reused product look like or a repaired product? What would it mean in terms of new business values along the value chain? Would you, as a partner, drop out because maybe in the reuse business model you're not part anymore of it? And how do you frame the discussion then? Last thesis on how do we grow in terms of applying artificial intelligence to circularity. First of all, artificial intelligence, as I said before, it's growing tremendously by itself, so we don't have to care. But how do we interlink this? And then, of course, we have to be careful with artificial intelligence. There are a lot of risk involved as well. On the one side, it's the energy use. On the other side, it's the e-waste, taking all the old technology out and having no circular business model about it and bringing something in new without, again, a circular business model around it. But also about equity and bias. If you look which information are coming in for developing countries, for example. It's mainly European or American, US-based information which is anchoring into artificial intelligence. How do you make sure that the cultural base of Bangladesh, for example, and their value system is also part of artificial intelligence? We have been part of creating a tool on a sustainability impact assessment, Sustain, together with Algorithm Watch, where you can test those assumptions you have about it. And I think if you want to apply artificial intelligence for a purpose like circularity, make sure that the purpose is also part of the artificial intelligence and find your tools, which might be out there, that have already this purpose included as well. So in a nutshell, I think what is important about looking on this combination and interlinking digitalization or artificial intelligence to circularity, it's still the trust level which is essential. The trust about sharing data. If we don't look into this, if we run too quickly into collecting data, you might fail because you get a lot of wrong data, and we see it already. Your partner doesn't understand what you want, why should be sharing your data. So invest first into creating a collective mindset among the humans sitting at the table. Also have a look on a sustainability assessment for AI. There are many tools you need to be quite careful about if you run into it. Look into the skill base. artificial intelligence can help there, because it's overwhelming again. But have a look on upskilling in terms of circularity and AI knowledge at the same time. And finally, I think we heard this over and over, if you want to create the value chain in a manufacturing way as well, look into the collaboration perspective, because you cannot make it alone. And with this, I end. Thank you very much.
Well done, Michael. Honestly, I think you outperformed even in 60 minutes. So maybe doing it shorter is even better. We don't have time to waste. I have one question for you, because based on the inspiration and also we need to design a new system. That was one of the takeaways from our lovely colleague. What about generative AI? Will it be an enabler to generate a new system? Because that was, you were talking about use of data. But generative AI can maybe map the future.
Absolutely, there's a potential, but again, it's the human mindset, I think, which need to shape the potential as well. So if you talk about generative AI, I think it's a discussion which we need to have. It's where should it lead? What is the purpose? What is the purpose given? How do we share? How do we build this? And the organization I was just pinpointing, Jesse, starts actually with the United Nations, a working group on AI and generative AI to identify what are, let's say, the system components which you want to have into the system to create a smart, supportive data information sheet as well.
So we need a discussion. Shall we do that over the coffee?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Big applause for Michael.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're now having 15 minutes of a break. Also for the people watching this online, 15 minutes for a coffee or tea. Our thought leaders will be also in the room, so please have a deep discussion and see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Valuable program, and we're going to continue with session number 3, which is focused on the consumer's carbon footprint. And I think that's an extremely important topic because it's people's business, that's for sure, and we should start about rethinking our lifestyles. And I'm very happy to invite on stage Duchamp to give his keynote about the individual carbon footprint calculator. Welcome on stage, a big applause for Duchamp.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I'm very happy that my presentation is after a coffee break because I have quite a few graphs to show you. So it's nice that you have had your beverage of choice before I start. At the Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra, I am part of a team where since 2017 our focus has been on how do we inspire and excite citizens to live more sustainable and meaningful lives. And with this presentation, I would like to share some insights and learnings that we've had over the years. So I'll start by laying some context and introducing a project we are working on right now called PS Lifestyle, and a tool that we've created in that project called the Lifestyle Test. After that, we'll have a brief look at the lifestyle footprint of Polish citizens, and finally, we'll dive deep into the data and all the graphs and the learnings that we've had. So, what is PS Lifestyle? So PS Lifestyle stands for Positive and Sustainable Lifestyles. It's a European Union Horizon-funded project, and in that project, what we are trying to do is to localize, improve, and expand our previously existing tool called the Lifestyle Test in 8 different European countries. That number has already gone up to 9 as we have now added Poland to the tool, and it will soon be 10 as we add Norway to it also. In the project, we've been supported by 16 partners spread across the European continent, and the project started in October 2021, and it goes on till September 2025, but we have plans to keep the tool alive afterwards. But what is the tool that I'm talking about? So the Lifestyle Test for experts, in essence, is a consumption footprint-based, carbon footprint-based calculator. Each citizen has the opportunity to go on the tool, answer very simple questions. It roughly takes 5 to 10 minutes and has 26 to 28 questions, depending on how you answer. And at the end, it gives you your consumption-based carbon footprint. But for citizens, we are not interested in that. For citizens, they actually get a funny profile, which tells you how you are as a person, which you probably would want to share with someone else. And more than that, you actually get targeted actions based on how you answered the test. So you get the opportunity to make a plan. You can choose actions or things that you're interested in doing. You can choose things which you're not interested in doing, and also tell us why you're not interested in doing something. But that's not the end of the journey. So as people do the test, they make their plans, all of the information is anonymized and aggregated in a database. And with that database, we can actually start seeing, based on location, what are people actually planning to do, what are they not able to do, and what barriers are they facing in actually making their life sustainable. We can combine all of that with the socio-demographic information of people. That can lead us to more important insights on what demand-based policies can actually be created with what we learn from citizens. How can we support businesses who want to create more sustainable products with the information that we gather from citizens to create more demand-based services? And how can we support NGOs and academics in really understanding what are the views of citizens on sustainable lifestyles? And this is sort of our way of connecting the grassroots individual change to a broader systemic change, as we all have talked about before today. Now let's look at the lifestyle footprint of Polish citizens. But before that, what is the lifestyle footprint? So lifestyle footprint, in essence, is a consumption-based emission accounting method. It helps us understand the true impact of lifestyles across geographical borders, because many of the things we use are not normally produced in the countries we live in. So it's important for us to understand the true impact. And this is also sort of a building block for us when we make the lifestyle test for a country. So how does the lifestyle footprint for a Polish person look like? It stands at 6,300 kg CO2 equivalents. As you can see, it's nicely divided into 4 different categories of housing, transportation and travel, food and nutrition, and consumption of goods and services that people use. One very important insight we actually get from this is what are the emission hotspots in that particular country. So for example, for housing and living, we can quite clearly see that it's electricity and heating, unsurprisingly, the emission hotspots. In travel and transportation, we can see it's passenger car and air travel. In food, it's unequivocally red meat, dairy products, and cheese. And in consumption of goods and services, it's the things we buy in our homes, our electronic goods, and products and services. Another important insight actually we get from this is that which are the areas where people have agency to change on their own. So normally, it's very hard for us to control our heating system because in that case, we're locked into a particular system based on where we live. But we may have a little more negotiating power when it comes to how we travel to our workplace or how we buy our groceries. In the same way, we may have a little more agency in deciding the kind of food we eat and what kind of food we eat. And moreover, it goes the same for home goods and services. What we can also do is place Poland on a graph of all the countries which are present in our project. And from highest to lowest, so Poland is third from the last when it comes to its lifestyle footprint, with the highest being Finland and the lowest being Turkey. More importantly, what we see from this is that transport is not only an emission hotspot in Finland, but it is an emission hotspot in all the countries which are part of the project. So there is a lot that needs to be done within the transport sector when it comes to emission reduction strategies. The same can be said for food, as all the countries in the project roughly have the same lifestyle footprint for food consumption. For home and living, it varies based on country, but largely many of them remain the same. Another thing is that we don't want to pit one country over the other and prove which one's doing better or worse. It's more important to highlight this to show that each country will have a different pathway towards emission reduction strategies, and we need to understand how consumption can vary from one to the other to create localized pathways for emission reduction. With all on that, let's now get into the graphs that I mentioned. So, till date, or till Friday, when I actually made the slide, we had 292,844 citizens who had actually taken the lifestyle test across the 8 countries that we are present in. 25,000 of those people actually also made a plan and told us what they're willing to do, what they're not able to do, and why. All of those people had an average reduction potential or planned reduction potential of 22%. And it's not just that. We worked with 1,700 citizens across the countries where we are active in to create the tool so that it definitely reflects their local realities. And in terms of plans, we are actually getting them. And an interesting insight is that a person spends 9 minutes on our application. In the age of TikTok and Instagram Reels, where everyone is always distracted, 9 minutes seems to be a really high number to spend on one boring application. 8 to 10% of people actually also make plans. Presently, the number stands at 9%, and there's a lot of geographical diversity in this. So 20 to 25% of people in Italy actually made plans, which is an exorbitantly high number. By today, the number of tests had actually already gone up to 293K with almost 26,000 plans. And the plans are also significant. So on an average, a user who does the lifestyle test has a footprint of 7,800 kg CO2e and wants to reduce 1,700 kg already in the first year. That's a 22% reduction. And actually, if we can support citizens to continue in that journey, even with a reducing reduction potential year on year, we can almost half citizens' footprint by 2030 in just the next 6 years. So that's a big number that we can do. And what does that 22% mean in terms of absolute emission reductions? It's equal to 43 million kg CO2e per year. That's the same as 110,000 flights from Warsaw to Brussels. It's the same as 634,000 petrol car trips from Warsaw to Krakow. So quite big. What does it mean in terms of content of plans? So the plans people are making have a mix of small and large actions, as we expected. So this graph actually shows us with adoption rate on the y-axis and average reduction potential on the x-axis. It actually shows us the actions mostly chosen by people. So since we've talked a lot about circular economy, we can see that almost 35% of people are really interested in caring and repairing for their products. Many of them want to use their own shopping bags and don't want to use plastic anymore. There are also people who may not be interested in completely changing their diet, but want to change a small step towards it by having more vegetarian food. And the same goes for adopting wind electricity. And a small marginal number also want to give up flying completely, which is a big action. But we can also zone down on a particular country. So let's focus on Italy in this case. And we can see that in the same graph how actions for Italy map out. So people in Italy are really interested in drying their laundry outdoors, which is very important and saves a lot of energy. But they're also interested in caring and repairing for their products and services. They're much more interested in eating more plant-based products than the other countries that are part of the project. And they're more interested in more radical actions like completely giving up their car and using more public transport, and also traveling to nearby countries. But another interesting way to actually see this information is through this graph, where we can see that actions like care and repair and choosing renewable energy provider, which may actually have a lower per action emission reduction than, let's say, traveling to nearby countries, just because of a high adoption rate, end up having the same impact. So it's not only about the big actions, it's also about how do we increase or how do we make people adopt the low impact actions also at a much higher scale. So we have to do a bit of this and a bit of that. But we can further zone down on the city of Firenze in Italy. So this graph actually shows us how people in Firenze who took the test, how do they differ from other Italian users. So we can see that there's a slight difference in their footprint, and we can also see the actions and their adoption rates only focusing on one city in Italy. So as you can see that largely the adoption rates remain the same. Some vary, some become different, but we also see new actions coming up which were not present in Italy at all, such as start using geothermal energy. So this is like sort of our way of really zoning down based on location to show what different people are planning to do. But we've talked enough about what are people planning to do. Now let's talk about what they're not able to do and why. So this is our case example of a person called Henrik. Henrik lives in a big city. He's 40 years old, lives in Finland, has a very high salary, also has a very high lifestyle footprint, almost 13.7 tons, and really likes to eat meat a lot, and which means that there's lots of potential for change. So let's see from our data what we have learned, that what are people like Henrik actually not able to do and why. So one of the most skipped actions for this focus group is that they don't want to spend a year as a vegetarian, but they also tell us why. So the biggest reason is not possible in my life situation, which basically means that they're not interested, and that's the reason they've given to us. But the other 4 options give us interesting insights. It takes too much time and effort. They don't know how. It's too expensive, and I don't have enough support. So can we have people who actually work in the food business help people make this change? Can they provide more recipes? Can they give more support? And of course, as more people do something, the scale means it becomes less expensive. Another action which people like Henrik have skipped a lot was to invest in more sustainable solutions, mostly because they feel it's too expensive, which largely means a change in the regulatory apparatus, which changes how expensive investments are. But that's not all. They also feel that they don't know how to do it. They feel it takes too much time and effort. So can we have companies which help in investments, actually help people make individual investments which are also sustainable? So here is another opportunity for change. Let's look at another example. So now we have our woman Taina. So Taina is 65 years old. She lives in a small town in Finland, has a salary between 32K and 37K, has a reasonably high lifestyle footprint, much closer to the Finnish average, And her footprint is spread across different categories. Now let's look at what kind of actions are people like Taina skipping and why. So one of the biggest ones is reduce flying. So again, not possible in my life situation means not interested, stop bothering me. But there's another big chunk of I don't know how, it takes too much time and effort. So can we have platforms which help people make this change easily? Can we have travel agencies which only help you travel by land? Here's another business opportunity if someone wants to start something new. Many feel it's also not possible where I live, which is quite specific to Finland when you live on an island separating Baltic Sea from the rest of Europe. But many feel it's also too expensive, which means that there is a change in the regulatory environment required to make this change easier. So this is sort of our way of showing that it's not only about the individual and only about the system. Another action which a lot of people like Taina skip are switching to geothermal energy, especially at a time when we need to be transitioning our heating system to more carbon neutral. Geothermal is an excellent option for that, but people feel it's too expensive, which means that we need either more subsidies or we need to help make people realize the long-term savings on switching to geothermal energy. Many feel they also don't know how. So what type of support can we give to citizens in this case to actually help them make the change? And that's up to us as experts sitting in this room, that we can realize the barriers which citizens face and help them live more sustainable lives. I'd like to end my presentation by saying something which sort of is the motto of our team, that everyone can find their own version of a good and sustainable life. I'd like to thank you for your patience and attention. If you would like to try the lifestyle test, please log into lifestyletest.eu. If your country doesn't exist, you can still do a EU average version that we created. And if you'd like to bring the lifestyle test to your country, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, Dujan. I was impressed both because it was a quantitative but also a qualitative analysis, and also with, let's say, multiple geographies. When you look at the engagement, do you also have a one-liner about, let's say, the age groups? Do you see more engagement on the youngers, or is it mixed, or what's the take on that one?
Most engagement is actually from millennials. So 25 to 40 is our most active group in terms of both making plans and doing the test. After that, the next most active group would be 45 to 60. After 60, people don't like us. Below 18, they're too distracted from us. So.
I see that Thomas Rau has a headache again, so that's... Hey, I also would like to invite you to join as a panelist, because that's now the next stage of session 3, and I would like to invite on stage my colleague Sylvia Szabo, the managing editor of the Climate Journal. Big applause for Sylvia. Yeah, because maybe a one-liner with you, Sylvia. Are you also enjoying this? This is really our purpose, isn't it?
How can you not enjoy this? I mean, it's just stuff with food for thoughts for months and weeks to come.
Exactly, and then we're only having 15 minutes left.
15?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's small.
The floor is yours to
so
join also with the panelists, so please feel free to sit and introduce your panelists, please. Thank you.
So you were talking about change run in the morning, so I would like to change the order how we get on stage. So I would like to invite all panelists to join me right now, and then we can do the introduction on stage. So thank you so much all for joining this panel, which is probably one of the most exciting, and not just because we are joining this, but because we are going to talk about us as human beings, as we heard from previous presentations, that it's, the label of being a consumer or an employee or whatever label you wish to put on us. In the end of the day, we are still human beings, and that's that's what this conversation is going to be all about. And thank you so much for the insightful presentation. I think it was a real eye-opener. So before we kind of take a deep dive into exploring consumers' carbon footprint, which is a very romantic topic anyway, I would like you to do a quick round of introduction, and then we can jump into the conversation. So let's start with you, Agnieszka.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Agnieszka Wiśniewska. I'm honored to represent University of Warsaw, the Faculty of Management. And here I'm the lecturer and the researcher focused on consumer behavior in the context of sustainable development. And also, in some way, I'm representing here the consortium of THICO project, which is led by VTT Technical Research Center of Finland, and this project is financed by European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
Hey everyone, my name is Agata Czachurska. I'm Country Sustainability Manager at IKEA Retail here in Poland. And I think that my job title says everything. So I'm responsible for whole sustainability agenda strategically for its integration within every part of our business in Poland.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Oops. Okay. I don't know how to turn it on. Okay, so I will. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Tamara Binczak. Thank you for the invite. I'm principal expert ESG innovation at ING Bank. I'm leading the key anti-greenwashing initiatives, so I will be talking a lot about this. But I'm also an economist, so you will hear also some of economics from me today. So thank you.
Thank you.
It works. Good morning. My name is Katarzyna Bronowska, and I am working in Polish Development Bank, BGK is a short name in Polish. I am working as the risk analysis expert, and I am responsible mostly for assessing of transition risks in credit process, and we take into account the ESG factors in this area, but also I am responsible for carbon footprint calculation, and regarding our panel, I think it will be the crucial element for our discussion. And I'm very happy I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, still Dushyant. I am a specialist on sustainable consumption, climate change, and biodiversity loss at the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra. My work is a lot about carbon footprint calculations, but it's more about how do we make sense of numbers and what can we do with them. And that's what I tried to show today.
Thank you so much for all of you. So after this insightful presentation on lifestyle and carbon footprint and all the things that we are driven to do or not to do, Agnieszka, you have been involved with some fascinating research as well that explored motivation and even expectation when it comes to green purchasing. Can you share some insights on your findings compared to what Dushyant shared with us previously?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. So, first of all, the project I'm involved in is called Concise Consumer Communication Through Robust Labels for Bio-Based Products. So we are focused on consumer willingness to buy bio-based products, and also we are mapping factors that constitute barriers or drivers for this purchasing. And for this reason, we split our respondents into 3 groups according to attitude towards sustainability scale, very short scale, but it allowed us to identify and confirm 3 segments. So passive skeptics, like those who are not willing and not interested at all in green behavior. Then active advocates who are aware and who are concerned and also are very much willing to do something, and actually they confirm they behave in a green way in different sustainability pillars. And most interesting segment of convenience seekers, who have some potential, so they are aware, they have some concerns about sustainability issues, but actually they do nothing, or not completely nothing, but almost nothing. And according to the age distribution, of course, we are aging society, so in each segment, elder people dominated, but if we looked at young people, like less than 30, they fall mostly into passive skeptics. And if we looked at people more or over 50 years old, they fall into active advocates. So this was very interesting. And also interesting thing was with income. So active advocates have moderate income, whereas passive skeptics have either very low or very high. So it was also interesting. And with regard to barriers, just to summarize our survey, so actually in all segments, what was missing is social pressure. But the difference, because we were also looking at the difference between these segments. So in active advocates, family was a huge support for being green, which was missing in other segments. And all respondents didn't feel pressure from coworkers or from people around them. So this was the main difference between segments. Maybe I will come back to some findings later on. So over to you now.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing those insights. And it's very interesting to see that you can kind of label people with different motivations and drivers. In your line of work, Agata, IKEA has built a reputation to be, a trailblazer when it comes to sustainable brands. But you advocate for democratizing sustainability, which is an interesting approach, knowing that there are different people with different drivers and different expectations. So what does democratizing sustainability mean in your line of work?
That was the one that does not work. What is democratizing the sustainable life or sustainability? I think that it all starts also in my work life with the IKEA vision, which is creating the better everyday life for the many people. And I think that you cannot create a better everyday life for the many people without taking into consideration the influence, the impact that we as a business have on the planet. So it all starts there. But to make it more tangible, what we want to do and what we believe in is that definitely sustainable life and sustainability at home cannot be a luxury for the chosen ones. So we are on a mission, let's say, also here in Poland as IKEA Retail, to make sustainable life affordable. We saw what Dušan showed us. And it is also, you will see in a minute, another slide, because our research also shows that this is most important barrier for people in Poland to go into the sustainable lifestyle, to go into the climate actions. This is the barrier number one. It's too expensive. They think that it's too expensive. So what we wanna do is to really bust the myth that sustainable life is expensive, that sustainable offer in retail is expensive. What we also want to do within democratizing the sustainable lifestyle is making it accessible and making it convenient and easy, because people are and this is also what our research show and other external research, not IKEA research, but for example, we have this amazing research called Ziemia nie atakują. So we can, from different sources and data, we can take for a fact that if something is complicated, if we feel that it brings a revolution in our life, that this is all about those big changes, sacrifices, we don't want to do it. This is also a barrier. So we really work with showing that sustainable life is about baby steps, about this maybe less impactful actions, but very easy to duplicate. So let's go for it. So this is about this convenience, easy, but also, as I've mentioned, the accessibility. What we, of course, IKEA is about home furnishing products, so we start with a product, we start this busting the myths about sustainable lifestyle with our democratic design concept. So what we do is to develop and design IKEA products according to 5 principles, and one of them is low price, and the second one is sustainability. Of course, there is also a form and quality and function, but the sustainability and low price, considering the barriers towards the sustainable life and climate actions, is something very important within this formula for the design. And for us, this is super important, working with our offer, making it less impactful towards the climate and planet, because also, and making this offer works at customer homes, because right now around 13% of our global climate footprint comes from our product use at home. So this is also important to make it more sustainable.
Close to home in every sense when it comes to kind of shaping our own lifestyle. And I would jump to Kasia on this, because we are not just consumers but employees or even entrepreneurs. And you recently conducted a very interesting research on kind of measuring carbon footprint of your employees. Could you kind of elaborate on that a little bit and add like how you can actually help your employees to transition towards a low carbon lifestyle?
Yes, of course. Maybe I will start from a general sentence that currently financial institutions are obliged to collect data, calculate and report their GHG emissions. To fulfill the regulatory requirement, financial institutions are trying to work to fulfill these requirements in different way. In BGK, we, from 2022, we report our GHG emissions with limited scope 3 emissions according to GHG protocol. And this is also quite important that in case of financial institutions, scope 3 emissions are the most important ones because it's kind of specific operations that banks, financial institutions do in daily business. Coming to the scope 3 emissions, we, for the second time this year, we decided to invite our employees and engage them, ask them about their habits regarding the commuting. So what kind of means of transport they use in their everyday life to commute between their homes and their work sites. And here you can see 2 slides with the results of this internal survey. We collected this information from more than 60 employees, 60% of employees in the bank. So it is really quite a good result we achieved. So as you can see, during autumn and winter seasons, our employees indicated mostly on public transport that they are using during these travels. Such means of transport as tram, bus. On the third place, we see also private cars. And on the second slide, you can also see how it is changed when we asked our employees about these travel habits during spring and summer seasons. So what we can see that most of our employees indicated that they are traveling by bikes or they are walking to offices. It's a really good sign, and this can this can be one of the observations that we were able to make during this experience. That first of all, this factor that can be one of the factors that can be useful in order to help to engage employees, people to start thinking about their low or zero carbon emission transport habits. It's first of all location of our offices. Yes, so easy. It's very easy to reach them by public transport, and this is what we can observe in the results of our survey. Secondly, weather. However, maybe it's kind of basic observation, but also it's important factor why employees, people are using low or zero carbon emission infrastructure. And third, I think is also very important, is that buildings that BGK has its main seats, but not also only main seats, are located in quite a modern areas with very good infrastructure for instance, bikes. Yes, so we have special lockers, dedicated entrance, and etc. And this is also kind of thing that is valuable by our employees.
Thank you so much for that. I think there are different factors that you all touch based on, like how we can influence that sort of behavior change. But Tamara, you work in service design. So can we do this by design in terms of like tackling misleading assumptions like I'm too small to make an impact, or it should be all the burden on businesses and corporations. So how do you approach this situation in your work?
Definitely. Oh, this is the one that This is a recurring joke of this panel that one of the mics doesn't work. So anyway, before I start to answer your question, first I would like to connect some dots, as the service designer, between all the other speeches, because I see a really significant pattern here. First of all, doesn't matter if we talk about employees who are also private persons, or clients of IKEA, or people who took part in your survey. They all have some things in common in the context of economic theory. So first of all, consumers are always about utility. So they follow utility within their limited budget. They try to maximize their utility. So this is why price is important. So this is why they prefer to take their own car when it's raining outside. So because the utility rises in comparison to the situation when it's sunny and etc. So utility basically motivates all types of decisions. And why is that important in the context of our conversation? Because you basically cannot change the behavior of a client if you are not aware of this simple fact. And all players in the market are after utility. But the good news is that this utility doesn't have to be material. It doesn't have to come from purchasing goods. It also can come from psychological aspects. So, for example, if I am a really aware person and I want to, change my lifestyle because, for example, I used your app and I now know that there are some things that I can work on, then I can get my utility also from being consistent, from living, a very, I would say, authentic life, to be, in line with myself, to be in line with the values of my family, as you said about, the also social aspects. So this is the good news. The bad news is that companies know that as well. So sometimes they try to use those impulses from the market, and then this is where greenwashing comes into play. And fortunately, we are now in the world where our regulators, so European Commission, is also aware of that, and I will talk more about it. But taking a step back, let's assume that our company has good intentions, no greenwashing here. How can we use those motivations of our clients that want to make a change? Through innovation. This is the only way. Innovation is about an idea, proper implementation that creates a value. So you get me now. Value plus utility. Our clients can get their utility from the value that we create. But this value has to be authentic. It can't be only on paper. In paper is greenwashing. So my final statement here is that if we are sincere, if we try to create a real value and also communicate with our clients in a transparent and consistent way, then we are able, as companies, to help them to make the change. So, yeah, I think the innovation and service design play here a pivotal role.
Thank you so much. That would be like a very interesting addition with what you just mentioned in your presentation, and kind of circling back to your findings. We are talking about motivation and drivers. So what would be your take on to inspire like climate action and low carbon lifestyle?
Yeah, actually it's very close to what you just said. So before we made all the tests and everything, the first thing we did was that we did a study on understanding what motivates Finnish people. So it was a lot like a segmentation study, but we did not want to divide people based on socio-demographics, because what we started seeing was that someone who is 18-year-old living in a small city and someone who is 60-year-old living in a large city can have the same motivations for how they want to live their life. They may have different barriers in doing different things, but they may have the same motivations. So before everything, we try to understand what motivates people. And like always, we like making funny profiles a lot at our work. So we ended up with these profiles. Normally what we see is that everyone focuses on, when it comes to sustainability, people focus only on the uncompromising eco-warriors and the well-being nurturers or nature nurturers. They're also the most hardest group to actually impress with, because they go in the details. They find the greenwashers and then bug other people to stop using them. But what about the big chunk of people who we've completely forgotten? The everyday jugglers, who are just regular people who are very dependent on the system and trying to increase the utility of their life as much as possible. You know, parents who have 2 kids need to drive to work, drop their kids off at school. So for them, you need to play around more with the systemic part, or you need to see what really motivates them. So they're motivated by time savings. So can we suggest actions which will help them save time? And that's the key for them. It goes the same with thrifty planners. So as you can see over here, that we try to put the people in on how unsustainable their life is and what are the motivators. So there are actually a lot of people who may not be motivated by sustainability, but live sustainable lives. With, on the bottom, these headstrong traditionalists. So these are, normally they are people above 60. If you show them one sustainability messaging, they will swipe you off. They're not interested. But they live sustainable lives because they come from the normal idea of, oh, I want to repair my things because it's a hobby to repair my things. I don't want to throw away my sweater, which my grandmother gave me, because, well, it's just rational not to waste resources. And using all of that is how we actually design then the actions. So when we suggest an action, we don't only want to tell you, oh, this will save 10 kg emissions. It doesn't matter. For most people, don't understand what is 10 kg emissions. We try to tell them that, hey, if you actually lower your heater, you may sleep better because there are studies which suggest that you will sleep better. And that's something that people are interested in. Everyone wants to sleep better and take care of their health and have a good life within their community. And that's what we try to do when we suggest actions.
I think you really hit a nail on the head with the everyday juggler. I mean, even if you are honest with ourselves, we all have our sustainability sins when it comes to just rushing through life and getting things done. So probably not 100% of our choices reflect on our values all the time. So in your opinion, and this is a free to grab question for all of you, would like a carbon labeling system help consumers in terms of identifying better option, or would it be just add to the mess of like confusion when it comes to environmental messages? So would you go for carbon labeling in terms of like even using a very simple traffic light system? Green is low carbon, red is high carbon, or whatever we can think of when it comes to labeling. So what would be your take on this? Do you have a mic? We are short on mics, but we will make it work.
So looking at the research and listening to you guys, it seems that this is obvious that we have a segment of consumers that would like to have this carbon footprint labeling. They would like to have transparent, credible information on the impact of the offer and their actions towards the planet and climate. But, there is a but. We have a couple of segments of people that do not act rationally when it comes to the information about the climate footprint. And that is okay, because sometimes, many times, the irrational decisions can be, or motivated by some irrational factors, can be at the same time sustainable. And this is about what Dusan said. We just need to find the proper motivator to make people like to act sustainably and choose sustainable products. But from the business perspective, from like I'm right now like telling what we at IKEA think, we think that this is our responsibility to build and offer the products, the solutions, the services that make it easy, convenient for customers to take them, to use them, without even thinking. That would be the perfect solution when we come into the store and we don't need to read anything, we don't need to think, because everything is sustainable. That's a perfect scenario, and very ambitious goal. But we need to have such ambitions to move quicker and to move towards this kind of a lighthouse. And maybe this is a fairy tale, but it is good to have dreams and fairy tales.
Yeah, I think it's a good note to close on, and I was like told that we have a very short amount of time left. So I would like to ask all of you to kind of just have like a takeaway message that the audience can pack up and take up with them in terms of like managing consumers' carbon footprint, which is practically about us and how we are managing our lifestyle. So what would be your final breath on giving a takeaway message?
Okay, so just following our discussion and my research experience, and also previous panel I've heard today. So just inspire others, but by your own actions.
Thank you.
Lead by example, in a way. For me, it would be adding to lead by example, baby steps matters.
Okay.
On my side, it is not entirely customers' responsibility. It is ours. It is big business responsibility. What we have to do, we have to enable consumers to do the right thing. It is also the job of the regulator. And in this context, I won't agree with one of the previous statements, not from this panel, but from one of the previous one, that regulation hinders innovation. Innovation generates value in any given circumstances. So regulation can also drive innovation.
Thank you.
Okay, from my perspective, I would say that measure and manage, yes, because we cannot manage without measuring, without calculating. So I would say that sustainability regulations that, as I said at the beginning of my speech, that obliged financial institutions, not only, but financial institutions to calculate and report their GHG emissions are only a part of the story, yes? We have to measure, we have to calculate, but also very important is what we do with these results and how we manage the challenges that are connected with this.
Yeah, I think, hello. Yeah, I think for me it's that we need to stop having the false equivalence between individual and systems change. Normally there's a very messy relationship between the two if we look at big historical changes behind us also. So, for example, if policy goes in one direction and the people don't, then we are in a problematic scenario like many times we are right now. And if people want to change but the policy doesn't, then we are at a systemic lock-in where we are also right now. So there is a very messy relationship between the two, and we should stop having a false equivalence and kind of find balance within the gray area of individual and systems change.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much all for sharing these insights and thoughts. I'm not sure, and I'm looking at Ron, if we have any more time for a Q&A, or we are just going to be happy with the takeaway messages. Thank you.
No, and it was a lovely discussion, ladies, and also again, it's always about behavior, and I think it was very insightful to get a little bit of an in-depth overview. What kind of behavior do we see, and how can we nudge it in the right direction? Excellent. Yeah, we're heading towards the lunch break, but we're having a session 4 on healthy environments and healthy life. And what I would love to do is to invite our moderator, Karolina Adamska, but also the 3 panelists, Abraham Esteves, Ana Bazan, and Almudena Munoz Puche. Lovely names. So I welcome them on stage. And a big applause, yeah. But I would also like to do one thing, is to measure, because it's also about measurement, I would like to also measure a little bit the engagement in the audience, because we have 200-300 people following this live stream, but also what's the mood in the audience? Are we still engaged? Let's raise your hand if you're still engaged. Make some noise if you're engaged. Wow, that's about engagement. So, Karolina, yeah, I think this is already a conference where we're touching purpose. It's great. And now we're heading in the right direction because it's about healthy environments. So the floor is yours, and hopefully the mics will work. Otherwise, I will give you mine.
Okay.
It works.
It works.
Great.
Okay.
So the floor is yours, and you're having 30 minutes, and it's always challenging just before the lunch break. But
I know.
3 excellent panelists, so kick some ass.
I know it's the best time because it's before lunch. The worst is for sure after lunch, so we are lucky one. Because it's before. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 4, Healthy Environment for Healthy Life. My name is Karolina Adamska-Woźniak, and I am here in the role of Managing Director in Responsible Business Forum. And I will be serving as your moderator. So let me introduce my panelists. Anna Bazan-Korona. Anna is ESG specialist at Adamet Pharma. She gained experience in CSR and sustainability at a large capital group in the construction industry, where she was in charge of non-financial reporting, as well as the creation and coordination of social and employee volunteer programs. That's right? Hello, Anna. Almudena Munoz Puche, it's correct? Thank you. Chair Coast Action of Industrial Symbiosis. Almudena is a bachelor's degree in chemistry and Master of Innovation and Digital Transformation with honors. She's currently doing a PhD program in Business and Administration, and she has extensive knowledge in R&D national and international projects and related to innovation and disruptive technologies. That's right?
That's right.
That's
Thank you
right.
so
So
much
this
for
is the
this-
good place to check our mics.
for
So
this kind introduction. Thank you so much.
okay, and my last panelist, Abraham Esteve Núñez, is correct? Professor in Chemical Engineering, Principal Investigator of Bio Group, founder of MedFilter and NanoElectr, Principal Investigator of Bio Group. His scientific activity focuses on environment and biotechnology, specifically in the use of electromicrobiology for bioremediation of water, urban and industrial, and natural environments, as well as detection of pollutants. It's okay? It's correct? Okay, so first round, general round. Could you please tell us what's your private definition of health and healthy life? I think it's yours here.
Well, good. It's not working.
We have one more, so
Let's.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Anyway, I'm a professor, so I should be able to talk
Without-
without a micro, okay? Don't worry. So, well, I am an environmental biotechnologist, so when I'm facing the health term that Carolina was saying before, I tend always to think about the environmental health, okay? So to me, one of the priorities where I'm trying to focus for the last 20 years is to clean up the environment, to achieve an environment free of pollutants, a healthy environment. And a consequence of this healthy environment, it should be translated into the human health. So in that context, I'm always, let's say, focused on the environment, and I'm considering us as a second generation, which is going to take advantage of taking care of the groundwater or the fresh water, soil, sediments, okay? So I think it's one of the main points. And also another purpose that we have in the place where we are working in the university is trying to disseminate and educate people to be conscious about how important it is to take care of the environment in order to achieve a good health. And not just standard health in terms of infections and that kind of stuff, but also mental health, okay? So mental health is directly, I guess, benefit from live surrounded by a healthy environment.
Okay, thank you very much. Anna, so what's your opinion about, what's your definition of health and healthy life?
Yeah, I would say that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not only absence of disease or discomfort. Yeah, shortly.
Yes, in short. So let me ask one question more. So do you think it's easy to be healthy in that having this definition on our minds?
No, it's not easy at all. We have lots of factors that we have to combine to feel really healthy.
Yes.
Internal and external factors, I would say.
Yes, so health is a very complex state.
Yes, it is.
And Almudena, so what's your definition of health and healthy life?
Well, my definition of health is quite connected with Diana mentioned. It's like this triple helix of mental, physical, and social well-being, but also taking into account my background of chemistry, I will say that also to try to live in a health environment with not pollutants, with bio-based products, and also with trying to encompass a more green world.
Okay, so I would ask second question, which will be deeper as far as your work is concerned and your interest is concerned. So how do your projects contribute to enhancing public awareness and involvement in creating healthier environments? So maybe...
I can start?
Yes,
Thank you.
It's your turn.
Okay, I came from CETEN. CETEN is a technological research center located in Spain. So we work like in different areas, and one of our areas and one of our projects is New EcoSmart. New EcoSmart is a European social fund project that has the objective of trying to boost social innovation through the pillar of entrepreneurship, but also twin transition. So we are trying to empower local communities to try to be safer and also to try to be more environmental conscious. Apart from that, we work also in soul health projects. For example, we work in a European project named Pharaon. It's a project, a big project with more than 40 partners. And we will try to work on the aging. We work with elderly to try to give them some tools to try to be more independent, but at the same time to be in a constant connection with the health system. So we are providing them some digital tool and trying to promote their health to them, but always with independence. And finally, also we work in some projects related to circular economy and industrial symbiosis topic, because we believe that it's quite important to try to achieve a business model which could be very green, sustainable, and also to go farther for the future in terms of saving the planet.
Okay, thank you very much. Anna, what's your...
Yes, and do you know that an average Pole throws about 2.5 kilos of medical waste into the bin or flushed down the toilets every year? That's not a good news, and improper disposal of unused or expired medicines can cause water and soil contamination, can affect aquatic organisms, or develop antibiotic resistance. And to prevent all that, Adamet, together with the Neuka Group, the organizer of the campaign World in Your Hands, and with the pharma industry partners such as Polpharma, Teva, and Zentiva, has formed for the very first time a strategic partnership to run a campaign, an educational campaign on proper disposal of expired and unused medicines. As a part of campaign that was launched in September, we prepared and delivered to more than 800 pharmacies educational materials for patients, such as flyers, posters, stickers for our first aid kits, paper bags with the instructions how to properly dispose of waste. With this project, we are strongly committed to raise awareness about the negative consequences of improper disposal of medical waste, of unused medicines. Some selected pharmacies were provided with covers for drug containers, so that the patients clearly know what to do with the unwanted medicines. So with this action, we want to not only improve the quality of our lives, but we also want to protect the environment.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe you know that we as a Pole use a lot of drugs, right? So what's the... I don't know how it's in your countries, so maybe do you have some documents which we combine the use of drugs, but how many drugs we buy and don't use? Do you know what's the waste of drug business?
Well, I don't know exactly the numbers, but this is the question we need to elaborate and collaborate how to use or sell the exact amount of drugs that we need. Yeah, the proper doses.
Okay, so maybe as a last question, I will ask you for that. So what's your, Abraham, opinion? How do you, your project contribute to creating healthier environments?
Yes, well, in my particular case, I think I'm pretty lucky because everybody understands what water is. So I'm not working on projects where, you know, weird topics that it's difficult to explain. And I am trying to reach the engagement through, I guess, two different levels. Okay, if the projects can be implemented in real location, then it's easy because you can invite people, organize actions, so people could really be a witness of how sustainable and innovative treatments can really clean up polluted water on site. If we are developing activity which is more innovative at a low TRL, so we are still developing the activity, then we typically do through dissemination action, sometimes associated to interesting projects like NIMFE projects that we are sharing with Agnieszka, for example, working on cleanup of micropollutant. And this is actually directly connected to my colleague comment about drugs. I'm at the other side, so I'm not so worried about how are they consumed, but what's going on after the drugs go into the toilet. So this is also a very nice, educational tool, because all the audience typically and the citizens are blaming the industries, for the contamination, the oil and gas, of course, even the pharmaceuticals sometimes. And they don't realize that they are polluting the water every single day when they go to the toilet. So antibiotic, hormones, all kind of antidepressants, all kind of hormones and chemicals go directly to the toilet. So when they realize that, wow, they are really doing something, then they are conscious and they are more open to really implement sustainable and new technologies in order to get let's say, a free environment or environment free of chemicals.
Okay, so we like successes, we like best practices, so I would, and we also remember it, so could you please provide us some examples of your successful initiatives or best practices that have led to measurable improvements in public health? So the question is for you.
Well,
yes.
We are developing different kind of projects at different levels of development. Most of them are devoted to clean up the water, so to remove the pollutants, so we can generate a clean water safe for the environment, and especially that this water could be reused. So I'm coming from a country with a huge problem with the water scarcity. So we are developing technologies for reusing the water after it's been polluted. So it could be used in irrigation or in industrial sites or even in the single family homes, okay? And we have developed this kind of activity. We are also working with companies, industrial companies from oil and gas, breweries, dairies, pharma companies, in order to treat the water on site in a sustainable way. That's what we are doing, because technologies for treating water and reusing water are already available in the market. So I guess my job is to try to make real innovation, decreasing the OPEX, generating new ideas and new concepts in order to implement these technologies in special needs. So we are working with architects, for example, now, in order to implement in passive house buildings in downtown Madrid. So the neighbors, the guys could really treat the water in the very same place where they are produce it in a safety and a sustainable way, and reuse it in a safe way for irrigation of the gardens, for example.
Okay, thank you. And so what's your successes or good practices?
Yes, Adamet is an innovative company. We produce generic drugs with added value. And added value can be combination of 2 or more active substances. It can be changes in the form of drug or the way the active substance is released. And the practice I would like to talk about today is combination drug. A combination drug is a drug that contains 2 or 3 active substances in one single capsule or tablet. In many diseases, patients have to take several or even more tablets or drugs from different therapeutic areas. It can be inconvenient and it can produce, well, mistakes in the therapeutic scheme. So using the combination drug makes the whole process easier, more effective, and what is more, it helps reduce the risk of skipping a dose or taking the wrong drug. It is especially important for elderly patients and for the people that have to take multiple drugs. But what is more, such a solution has also environmental benefits, because one combination drug means one package. A single blister, a carton box, instead of several separate packages. Less packaging, well, it leads to a significant reduction of the amount of resources used, as well as the production process and the waste cycle. And less packages means less paper and less plastic used, and less carbon emissions in the transportation process and in the waste disposal. So at the same time, we improve the quality of lives of patients, and we try to reduce our negative impact on the environment.
Okay, thank you very much. But as far as a medical company is concerned, I cannot see that there is a huge problem of plastics, right? Because you doesn't create or build a lot of plastics, but these initiatives, you mentioned that plastic waste. So do you think that these initiatives really reduce the use of plastic?
Yes, because you know, in one you have a combination drug. So instead 3 drugs, you just take 1 drug. So you have 1 plastic instead of 3 blisters, for example. Okay. So it's a reduction. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Almudena, so what's your good practices and successes in that very complicated and sophisticated field?
Well, in our case, we work with 2 main approaches. One is the research aspect. For example, we are trying to support our companies in doing industrial symbiosis. On that sense, for example, we are working with the agro-industrial area and companies and sector of Spain. As you know, in Spain there is a lot of production of oranges, artichoke, and all these kind of agro products. For example, in the case of the artichokes, there is tons of waste after the processing of the product to go for the final market. What we have done is to take these tons, treat the artichoke waste, and mix with the good fibers to make panels. With this panel, we are implementing in furniture companies to do some product like tables, wardrobes, or other kind of product. So our idea has been to reduce and maximize one of the industries that are very important in our country, especially in our region, and go for a second life situation in the furniture area. Apart from that, we don't just take and make one product. We try to make a different approach, and the different approaches, for example, we use biotechnology to try to extract the pigments and also to try to give color and different substances for the furniture sector. So on that sense, in the research area, we work a lot on the reduction of pollutant, the reduction of waste, and trying to increase the awareness of healthy environment. And on the other side, or in the other approach, we work a lot with the capacitation and the training. We have worked with local communities to try to support them in the twin transition and also in the environmental well-being awareness. So in that case, we had since 2020, well, after the pandemic, the last part of 2020, we started implementing specific courses with unemployed people, but also with working and manager to try to give them a specific action to make a real in their businesses, but also in the daily life. So after this almost 4 years, I could say that we have obtained more than 70% of people implementing action and with a real satisfaction.
Okay, thank you very much. As far as ESG and sustainable development, collaboration, cooperation, and working together seems like the most important thing, I think. But how does collaboration between industries and different stakeholders help reduce harmful environmental impact? So maybe your turn.
Well, we are working very closely to end user industrial sites, all kind of industries. Just to give you a funny example, everything is not about water. We have also one project called Beer for All, which is in a consortium with a large brewery company in Spain, and we are not just treating the water to get rid of the pollutant, but also recovering the nutrients. So in the wastewater from the beer, there are a lot of nutrients that could be recovered and could be converted into a valuable added compound. So we can convert, for example, the nitrogen and the protein, nitrogen from the beer into microbial protein that could be used, for example, for feeding fish. We can also get rid of the phosphorus which is in the wastewater through very innovative and funny ways in order to get fertilizer, okay? So from the brewery's water, we can get water for reuse, microbial protein for fish, and fertilizer. So definitely this is also an opportunity for sectors which were fully devoted to another purpose, like selling beer.
Thank you very much. And now what's your opinion, or maybe not opinion, but what do you think about collaboration and how it works at your field?
Yeah, I would like to tell you about what interested maybe should do or think about doing. Well, pharmaceutical production was moved to Asia mainly for cost and environmental reasons. Asia offered cheaper raw materials, lower production costs, and environmental regulations were less restrictive than here in Europe. But events such as the COVID-19 pandemics, the war in Ukraine, and the disrupted supply chains have shown how heavily Europe depends on the pharmaceutical production from Asia. So this is what forced European countries to reconsider bringing the production back to Europe. As an example, we can say about France that has brought the production of paracetamol to Europe, but still the API, I mean the active substance, is produced from the chemical raw materials that are still produced in Asia. So the key challenge is that the return of chemical production shouldn't be done under the old rules that had a negative impact on the environment. The new technologies must be greener, must be more sustainable, innovative, and Europe must face or be prepared to face higher costs because those initiatives will not be cheaper. And for this process to be successful, there must be a broad cooperation between industries in the whole value chain, as well as the commitment of governments. Because we have to remember that these costs of new innovative technologies cannot be transmitted to patients. So the process, the relocation of chemical and pharmaceutical production must be supported by governments and requires collaboration of many industries and requires well, supportive public policies, because the goal is one. It is medicine security. I mean that so that everybody has access to the medicines they need.
Okay, thank you very much. Almudena?
Thank you. Well, for us, cooperation is our key aspect in every project or in every solution that we develop. For example, for the project that I mentioned before, that is for the increase of the independence of the elderly people, we have not only worked with the elderly, we also create since the beginning and integrate the public actor, the health system, because we believe that we need to change a little bit the health system, especially in Spain, because it's a very face-to-face method, and we need to go and use the technology and also to try to approach the different lives and the different situations that we have. So we encourage a public sector to change a little bit and to use the platform that we developed, but at the same time also to try to provide to the caregivers some support and some tips to go and to manage with the elderly. Apart from that, in other projects, we also do the same. We make the cooperation with local communities since the beginning of the project or even before to try to see their really gaps, their needs, and to see how we could support them. Because the reality is that there is a lot of solution, a lot of projects, and if we want to make a real impact, it's important to do co-innovation processes and to go for co-creation methods in every solution and in every implementation.
Okay, thank you very much. We've started 4 minutes later, so I think that we have 1 minute more. So just one key messages which you would like to leave our viewers with. But one.
A very quick reflection. I guess that any human activity, doesn't matter if it's industrial or urban, now considering that there is a technology available for treating wastewater and recovering nutrients, should really have a plan to treat and recover nutrients in a decentralized way. Okay, so we should be able, and now we are actually able to treat, decontaminate, and remove nutrients on site, exactly where the water is produced.
Thank you, Anna.
Well, healthy environment is the basis for a healthy life. So we should be really interested in taking care of it. Clean air, clean water, access to healthy food will support our bodies and improve our quality of life. We also should think about environment in context of future generations, so that we provide them with healthy living conditions.
Okay, and Almudena?
As our keynote speaker Thomas mentioned before, we are here in the planet to cohabit with the planet, not to be the host of the planet. So in that sense, I think we have to cooperate all together and try to not forget that if we want a healthy environment and a well-being, we need to work all on the same page and to continue working together.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. So Almudena, Anna, and Abraham.
Whether the mics will work, or otherwise I would take mine. Yeah, normally they work. Actually, they work. So it's like they're flowing in. Well moderated, very insightful also to hear interconnected best practices, how we can make it healthier. When it's about health, it's also about food. So I think it's an excellent moment for 45 minutes for lunch. Also, people were falling asleep. Come on, you should go earlier to bed. 45 minutes. After this great lunch, and it's also a networking opportunity, we will come back for an interactive quiz with big prizes. So see you back 45 minutes, and a big applause for the panelists. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after a lovely lunch. And also as a master of ceremony, I'm always measuring the energy in the room. And it was, to my opinion, incredible to feel that people were really engaged, having thoughtful discussions about what's happening in your business, how can we make impact on the environmental side, but also social. So that's really great to see. And as an associate professor at Amsterdam School of Real Estate, I know how difficult it is to give a lecture just after the lunch. Because people, well, they feel energized, but in terms of the sugar level, that's something we have to manage. So we're going to do a sustainable knowledge quiz together. And I'm inviting everyone to take your phone, to scan the QR code, and then you're going to the Mentimeter. And please give well, they call for a nickname, so please give a serious nickname, and that's like an individual password to join the quiz. And also for people who are online, well, we appreciate that people are here, so it's only for people in the room. Sorry for you. So please, scan the QR code. You see the code. Maybe it's a little bit challenging to have a Wi-Fi over here, but there's also Wi-Fi from the library, so please use that one, and then it should work. So maybe if people can give a signal, if they are connected, then we can start in, let's say, 1 minute. I hear already some noises that people are connected, or... And I also would like to underline that it's really safe to join the quiz. So it will be, in terms of governance, we won't share that if you have 5 false or just 2 correct answers, it's okay. It's just for the fun. Oh yeah, maybe techniques, can we still have the QR and the code on screen? Because I don't see it on the big screen right now. It's 8604 877. Oh, there's it. There's. Does it work? Yeah, I see thumbs up, thumbs up. More thumbs. Show me thumbs. No middle finger. Thumbs. Thumbs. Yeah, great. Cool. Yeah, and I'm also delighted. Yeah, great. Technics are doing a great job. Well done, boys and girls. No, as a lecturer, I love to also challenge you a little bit. And I'm also very pleased to announce that Plastics Europe is, well, let's say the sponsor of this quiz. And we're also playing about the big prize. And I have it already over here, because the person who wins the prize will get 2 tickets of an enormous concert from a famous Polish band. So that's the ticket over here. But yeah, we're going to start. So, we have already first question behind us. Excellent. So I will. Yeah, you can read it yourself, but it's also a little bit a simple one. Let's start with the first question. Yes. And now we're going to the second question. Second question. That's a simple one. How many UN Sustainable Development Goals are there? If you have this one wrong, please go home and read a book. But that's a simple one. So it's also, we're making it more challenging over any question. So that's the second question already. That's of course 17. Sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I hear. I will answer the question, ma'am. Thank you. We have a little technical issue that we can't share it on screen live during. So I totally understand. We tried everything, but we're managing and we're coping with the situation. So thanks for the understanding. So indeed, we're going to the next question. Yeah. The fourth question already. That's maybe a challenging one. What was the level of post-consumer plastic waste recycled in Europe in 2020? Are we ambitious already, or? So I'm very curious about your answer.
Next question.
Yeah, the next question is maybe a challenging one. Which of these cases is an example of industrial symbiosis? And that's also a little bit related to the student challenge, where we will have the final. So that's question 4 of 7 in total. This is just warming up for the next panel.
One more time, 5th question.
The 5th question. Yeah. The aim of the currently negotiated International Global Plastics Treaty is to? Give me your question, give me your answer. Yeah, it's challenging. I see your body language, it's quite challenging. Okay. Yeah, of course. And we're ending the plastic pollution. Come on. We're having ambitious. Come on. Yeah, that's of course an important one. When it's about sea level rising and also the temperature rising. But when we look at 2023, on which level are we right now? That's not very promising. That's a little bit of a suggestion from my side.
Good question was number 8.
1.45 degrees Celsius.
Let's go to our last 7th question.
And the final question. Which sector does not use plastics? Well, and now it's going to be a little bit of abracadabra. So the technical team, they will see the most smartest professional in the room, and they will announce the name.
We have 45 good answers here. Congratulations. And now?
And the winner is? Normally I have a little bit of a drum, maybe. Yeah, where are you? Come on over. Because we're making a photo with this bright mind. And do we also have a result? Was it without any fault or? Yeah, thumbs up.
Just a second. The 2nd place, just so you know, was somebody with nickname Nikolaus.
Ah, excellent. Well, you're all winners, but there's only one who can be the best, and that's you. Having a lovely concert with 2 persons, so you can join with a friend or your partner. He loves them, wow. Well, congratulations to you. Big applause. Yeah, I think that was a nice warming up for the afternoon program, and I was delighted already with the morning session, having already 4 panel discussions and inspirational keynotes. But I'm also very pleased to introduce the 5th session, which is about architecture, agricultural, and also in the age of ESG. And we're having 2 excellent keynote speeches, but I would like to invite on stage Mr. Marcin Markovic. A little applause for Marcin. And your slide deck is already there. And we have the clicker over here, so the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for introduction. It's a great pleasure to share with you our information. about the Terra Nostra Foundation, what we are doing, what we cooperate with farmers in Poland. Foundation Terra Nostra was established in 2019 in Poland, and the main mission is secure the world's food needs with agriculture production that respect and regenerates environmental resources. And we are also try to be the best support with our years of experience, of our knowledge, of our experts who work with us together. So we would like to try support farmers to implement the regenerative agriculture practice on the farm. When we're talking about regenerative agriculture, what is important? What is it? The key is the soil. We are focused mainly on the soil analysis, and because the soil is the basic for each farmer, because this is the most important factor. Farmers use soil to produce. Wherever they live and they farm, is they farming rice, or they farming bananas, or they grazing sheep, the soil is the most important. So we try to focus on that and help them to try to understand the soil and try to do everything what we can with our regenerative agriculture practice to help farmers keep the maximum of soil health. When we look at the past of the farming and the history, it's around 80,000 years ago when the people start growing crops, and after that Egyptian people start use irrigation system. On the middle of 16th century, agricultural reforms were introduced in England, implementing crop rotation and system that eliminated fallow land. Farmers try to use cover crop and also crop rotation and also fertilization. But when we look on the last 100 years, I think in our reality, in Europe also especially, we have few eras of farming. For me, the first era was mechanization, when the farmers left the animals, what they used to cultivate the fields. The next era was pests. We got a lot of pests, so we were fascinating about use it and implement in our crops, in our plants. And the next era where we are now, I think, is a digitalization, so precision farming and farming for zero. But I'm considered that we a little forgot about the base, what is agriculture, about our roots, about the right agriculture practice. Because when we look on the crop rotation, for example, in Poland, we have 70% of cereals in our crop rotation, what is very bad. So I think we should, looking for a new solution, we should implement some new plants, our crop rotation, and we should build the biodiversity also in our plants. On this movie, you can see the view very often what we have in Poland, and not only in Poland, also on our neighbors. This is very bad because this is soil, this is wind erosion, and the wind take from our fields everything what we have, a lot of micronutrients, micro elements, and also our organic matter. We are focused on build the organic matter on our soil or our land to increase the content of organic matter. But if we don't protect the top of the soil, we don't have any residues, and we don't any plants on the winter, on the spring. You can see on the movie and also on real what's happened on our structure and with our soil. So how we can find solution? In our opinion, in Terra Nostra, we think that regenerative agriculture can be solution for this problem, but we have to take a look on our farm, what we are doing there like a holistic model. We have to manage like a holistic, and we have to start from analyze the soil, thinking about crop rotation, thinking about fertilizer, what we use. Maybe we should start use more biological and microbiological pests and fertilizer. If we don't have any possibilities to use, maybe only that, we should start thinking about chemical and mineral synthetics fertilizer. But on the first, we should focus on use how we can organic fertilizer and microbiological and biology product. In our program in Foundation, when we cooperate with the farmers, we base on the Codex 5C. So we focus on calcium, carbon, cover crops, cultivation, and culture. We organize a lot of training with the farmers. We support them, and we show them practice. We show them demonstration on the field, what they can do, what they can implement on the farm, what they can change to build more organic matter, and to try to do everything what they can to improve and to stay the drought resistance on the fields. Because the drought is also very big challenge in our condition. We see that on the summer and also on the spring we have sometimes 2 weeks without rain, with very huge temperature, with very high temperature, and this is very dangerous. This is very huge issue for our plants. In Foundation, we organize this year the second edition of Bioreaction Conference, and this occasion I would like also to invite you. It's a great pleasure to meet with the farmers and people who working in agriculture industry generally, and it's a great occasion to speak about regenerative agriculture and also about ESG and LCA. What we have now in Poland and also in Europe, I think the biggest challenge for us when we're talking about ESG and LCA is the collecting data. In my opinion, in Poland, more than 90% of farm don't have any software, any program to collect the data, to make an evidence, and I think we should work really, really hard to change this. In our cooperation in farmer, when they decide to join to our program, and they implement our recommendation, fertilization recommendation, and agrotechnical recommendation, after that they can proceed to the certification audit. And the certification audit is carried out by independent body, which is Bureau Veritas, and after that they get the certificate. With this certificate, this is confirms compliance with the integrated regenerative production standard, what we create in Terra Nostra. And this is very important for farmers, because with this confirmation, the farmers are really sure and they have confirmation about the quality of production of the farm, and this is also a very good way to negotiate the price for the high quality product with industry. For what we do this? Because we are sure and we know that we want to preserve the soil, the healthy soil for our next generation, for next future, for next farmer in future, for our children, for our grandchildren, to keep the soil maximum health and produce, of course, the high quality foods. Thank you very much for attention. If you are interested about more details about our programs, about our organization, what we do, I would like to invite you for our website, Terra Nostra. There is also a lot of information about our organization and our activities and cooperation with farmers. Thank you so much.
Maybe a second, because I think your last slide, that hits also the urgency why we should do this. It's all about the future generation. So very insightful to get some insights about the agriculture item. Maybe you also can join the panel, because I saw that actually you're giving an intro, but I will also invite you to join the panel if you would like to do. I'm also happy to invite the second keynote speaker, Wouter Jan Schouten. And I'm always a little bit extra proud when it's somebody from the Netherlands. So a big applause for Wouter. And Wouter, I think it's also, let's say, a kickstarter of the panel discussion.
Yep.
So I'm really curious to get your, let's say, 7 minutes keynote speech. And looking forward to your insights.
Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to share with you about the state of regenerative agriculture in the Netherlands and the program Regionel that we're starting this year. Regionel is a program funded by the Dutch National Growth Fund, together with a group of over 50 organizations in the Netherlands. And we aim to accelerate the transition to regenerative but also profitable agricultural sector. And how do we look at regenerative agriculture? Well, very similar to what Marcin just presented. It's an approach to farming that really starts with soil conservation as the entry point. It all starts with the soil and soil life in order to regenerate and contribute to multiple ecosystem services. So it's really a very integrated or holistic approach with the objective, of course, to regenerate multiple ecosystem services, but also to create a profitable farm model. The way we look at regenerative agriculture is really focused on outcomes. So we're not trying to be prescriptive on exactly what is it and prescribe one solution, but we are quite prescriptive on the outcomes that in the long run should be achieved. We look at 14 topics. 9 biophysical topics, starting with soil quality, but of course also primary productivity, carbon and climate regulation, water purification, air quality, and then a number of biodiversity services. But of course also farmer income, animal welfare, attractive work, attractive landscape, and a good connection between rural and urban areas. And we've described the required outcomes on 5 system levels, because we think you cannot meet all the requirements at every farm. Some you have to do at every farm, and some have to be fulfilled at a higher level. So at field level, we've described requirements like, for example, the density of the soil food web. So we need a lot of soil life and diversity of soil life to have healthy soils and resilience in the soil. And that's something that needs to be achieved in every field, and you cannot compensate in one field for another field. For example, at farm level, water usage should be less than what's naturally available. For example, at landscape level, for biodiversity protection or restoration, we need 10% of each square kilometer, whether it's farmland or public land, at least 10% needs to be semi-natural habitat, so biodiversity can travel. And then at national and international level, there are requirements, of course, around climate. And for example, at international level, in the end, to be climate neutral, agriculture and nature combined need to store more carbon than emissions that are generated by agriculture. Clearly, that's not something that can be fulfilled at every farm, but it needs to be fulfilled at an international level. Now, what's the state of regenerative agriculture in the Netherlands? Well, we've taken stock, and we think that around 200 farmers, a bit more, are already pioneering regenerative practices in our small country. And we've identified over 100 different regenerative practices, varying from strip intercropping, zero tillage, permanent ground cover, but also managed grazing and a lot of agroecological practices. And we've clustered those in 6 farm typologies that we think all will lead to regenerative outcomes. One we call minimum input arable farming, which is a well, not yet biological form of farming, but we're really minimizing the chemical inputs, minimizing tillage, permanent ground cover, and with a bit wider rotation than what's conventional. Then another one is the circular animal husbandry in cooperation with arable farming. That can be still quite efficient animal husbandry, but within also the local environmental boundaries, which can be achieved if there is a good balance between animal husbandry and arable farming at a regional level. And then we get to more diverse systems, so it's a bit like the first one, but added a lot more crop diversity and cultivar diversity and combining arable farming with open field horticulture. And then there are 3 typologies that are really organic. So it's about regenerative organic arable farming and open field horticulture. It's about extensive dairy farming on permanent herb-rich grasslands, which is also usually organic. And then there's a cluster around permaculture, agroforestry, and also integrated farms. So we do see that these farms are also quite successful, also with a profitable farm. They're very diverse. They have a few things in common. So one is these farms are really exceptional good entrepreneurs. And they found themselves a good niche in the market with a price premium. Second, it all took them 5 to 10 years before they got it right and got the model working. Thirdly, they've done a lot of trial and error, so there's a lot of art and not so much science. And this makes it hard to scale up. And what we aim for with the Regional program is scaling up. And to scale up regenerative agriculture and even make it the new normal, we've identified 4 barriers that need to be overcome. One is we need to get, there still is a lot of uncertainty about a mainstream revenue model that is not dependent on a niche. And we need to find ways to get a revenue model for a farm that is not dependent on such a niche. The second one is the costs of transition. So we need to find ways for investing in a transition in a way that the farmer can still have income during the transition period. The third one is about this uncertainty on outcomes of regenerative practices. We need to get to more predictability. And then fourth, last but not least, is the lack of knowledge on regenerative practices in the sector and also in the way we've organized our educational system. So that's what the program is about, tackling these 4 barriers. So we will work with the pioneering farms in making their models more replicable and also applicable in a mainstream market. We will work with farms to then implement those replicable models. Scientists will do a lot of monitoring, measurements, soil measurements, and get to much more science to be added to the art of regenerative agriculture and predictive models, which then will also allow to value and reward regenerative practices because we understand what the outcomes will be. And there will be an action line around human capital where we will train farmers, future farmers, and farm advisors on regenerative practices. And then these are the deliverables that we aim for in 2031. So we're starting right now, and it will be a 7-year program. So in co-creation with these 100 pioneering farms, develop around 20 replicable models, support 1,000 conventional Dutch farms to transition towards a regenerative farm model, and train 10,000 future farmers. That's from the farm perspective, future farmers and farm advisors. The second perspective that's in our program is the landscape perspective, or the regional perspective. We think that within each landscape you will need a mix of different farm models, but the mix together need to also then get to regenerative outcomes at landscape level. So that's what we will test and design in 5 example landscapes in the Netherlands. And we then also need to organize governance and market mechanisms to reward for ecosystem services that regenerative farmers deliver that maybe are not priced in the price of a product, like water retention, carbon storage, habitat for biodiversity. And then we've involved the whole food system. So that's both the value chain partners, food processors, retailers, and the financial sector. And with them, we will work on financing models with the aim that at least 30% of all new financing will be directed towards regenerative agriculture by 2031. And that the partners that cooperate in the value chain in our program will source at least 30% of their relevant volume from regenerative farms by 2031. And we will do that in a number of projects. One will not go in too much detail here. These are the same 6 farm typologies. So on these bases, we will develop replicable models. We will do that in 5 different landscapes, and there they come together, and there we will work on ecosystem services. We will work on a variety of valorization models in international chains, in national retail chains, to food service, in local chains. Will all be very different. We will also look at new offtake and new chains for agriculture, like fiber-rich crops for building materials. We will look at transition finance models, and we will look at supporting products and services. And throughout all these projects, we will work with one set of how do we measure outcomes, which we call integrated value language. So that's what we will do with the Dutch program, Regional, and we will also participate in a European program that's currently being set up by EIT Food, so the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, which is called the Regenerative Innovation Portfolio. And they are aiming also to set up similar programs like this in different landscapes in Europe. So warmly, if you're interested, scan the QR code and, or approach me afterwards. Thanks.
Very insightful, and also because I think, do you also feel the pressure of the Dutch society? Because when I look at the newspapers, this is a very society-relevant discussion, isn't it?
Absolute. I think we need to find a future-fit agriculture model in the Netherlands. And there's a lot of pressure on agriculture and a lot of environmental boundaries that we have, like nitrogen, but also clean water, where we really have problems with the existing system. Yeah,
very insightful and also very structured presentation. I would like you to invite or to join the panel discussion. I will also invite the fellow panelists, Lukasz Karmoszki and Mikołaj Potoki, and of course our lovely moderator, Małgorzata. And excuse me for the name, but let's give them a warm applause. Because when you're from the Netherlands, also your name, it's so challenging, but I'm doing my best. Excellent. I'll give you my mic, or you can... Yeah, I think we have mics on the... Yeah, so that will work out. And it works like this, that it's a flow-in of sound. So they all work, just talk, and after half an hour we will have a connection, so then we will hear you. Good? Okay, the floor is yours.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us today. We are here to discuss one of the most pressing challenges facing modern agriculture, the role of regenerative agriculture in the context of ESG, environmental, social, and government principles, and the transformation of the agriculture sector towards a more sustainable future. Regenerative agriculture is at the heart of discussion about decarbonization of agriculture and strengthening farmers' competitiveness. And considering the challenges related to climate change prevention, climate adaptation, but also geopolitical situation, and increasing global competition, regenerative agriculture should become a new standard. And that is what we will discuss today. And I would like to ask a few questions to our panelists, and maybe let me begin with Wouter. What are the key elements of the program that support regenerative agriculture, and how do they help farmers to achieve ESG goals?
Thank you. Well, I think I described a few of the elements in the presentation just now. The way we are supporting farmers is we support them with a program to make to make development plans for their farm. That is, it's always very context specific. So we will train farm advisors. And these farm advisors will support these 1,000 farms over time to build a regenerative farm model that fits on their soil type, in their environment, with their ambitions, but that will also lead to regenerative outcomes. So that they will lead support on that. A second key element is that we measure well, at the cost of the program, do intensive measurements to also get to much more predictability and scientific base for regenerative agriculture, which we think is needed before we can really scale up. The third one is then, in combination with these two, we have all these value chain partners involved and financial partners involved that will also support the farmers directly in offtake guarantees, price premiums, discount on financing, so that at least they share the risk with the farmers. Because I think that's very important that we de-risk the farmers for making this transition. And I think if they achieve that, well, clearly they will contribute to ESG goals a lot.
Thank you. Conventional farming focuses on quick profits, but comes with a high environmental costs. Compromise appear to be regenerative agriculture. And why is it worth it? What regenerative practices do you apply on your farm, Łukasz, and how ecological, how environmental, but also economic benefits have you observed?
Well, thank you for your question. First of all, remember that farmers work on farms to make living. So everything is economics at the beginning. Not only environmental services. And the regenerative agriculture, I would like to mention and point on two areas of the regenerative agriculture. First of all is soil and soil health. And the second is prices, market, and cooperation with the food processors. And on the 2 points of the regenerative agriculture, you can make additional money, so you can earn money. But farmers that I discussed this problem with are generally afraid of agriculture, regenerative agriculture, because they do not understand. So, how you mentioned also on your presentation, the understanding of what we are talking here about in details is understood by farmers not enough, as far as I'm concerned. And we need to put lots of impact to explain it, to work with farmers. Remember that the traditional farming has been done for hundreds of years. And it's not easy to change the way we think and farmers think. But when they understand this, that regenerative agriculture is also money. It's transferring knowledge into the soil, into transferring the knowledge into the activities they do on soil. The soil will give the money back in the long horizon. So different practices. Each farm is different. We can do different practices. I have just started, but the more I do, the more I know that I don't know. And I have lots of questions. I don't understand the environment. I don't understand what's in the soil exactly. I would like to know the changes. What's the life in there? What are the needs of soil organism? I don't know that. I just know that I should do something, and I know what I should do, but I don't know exactly why. If I knew why, it would be easier for me to adapt different practices to my farm. And from the other point of view, but I'm sure that individual advising, that's one of also your point, that's the point I understand. Individual advising, people who understand, who can help farmers to understand why they should do regenerative agriculture. Why? Not just because the EU said that, not because world expects that, not only because customers expect that. It is something that can save your money by not losing money for fertilizers, not destroying soil, so the production on soil can be, I'm pretty sure it can be higher, even than normally. Right now, I know that I destroyed my soil for many years, and my father did the same. But we didn't understand why, and that's very important. And coming back from the 2 points I mentioned, focus on soil, then soil will pay you back. And cooperation with the food processors, if the society and customers expect that the farmers will save soil, and the food processor will expect that, the farmers need to understand this, but they need also to have tools that would allow the farmers to prove that they do it. So the customers can pay for this, and the processors can pay for this. That's why there are 2 sources of additional funding that farmers can achieve through regenerative agriculture.
Thank you. Transfer of knowledge, this is very important. Okay, from the perspective of companies operating in the agro-food markets, the requirement to report activities related to ESG, including scope-free emissions data, but also environmental standards in the CSRD reporting. This is very crucial, and this means that food companies are obligated to implement a reporting system, which, however, cannot be achieved without cooperation with farmers. And what role does regenerative agriculture play in the ESG strategies of agriculture and food companies? And is this area gaining importance? And this is the question to Mikołaj.
The answer is simple, critical. Okay, maybe I will say something more about that. Yes, you mentioned CSRD, but I also will mention CSDDD and EU taxonomy, which are not idea, but the obligations. And right now, the huge companies from the food sector will need to have data, report this data, and verify this data. And as the reporting, we're talking about considering whole value chain. They have to include also the agriculture companies, farmers, and ask them for the data. And this will be a long journey for all of us, because this is a problem right now. Because we don't have the data. We have some tools to calculate some indicators, but without data, it's very difficult. So if the companies will have the data, this will be a huge advantage for whole sector and for them, because they can assure the customer, the investor, the other stakeholders that the regenerative agriculture is the future. And this is important because agriculture has to change, has to transform, because even if we talk about the carbon footprint, the food company, as they have to calculate all the free scope, so all the upstream and downstream of the value chain, we can set that the carbon footprint from the agriculture production can take 80% of whole carbon footprint of their company. So they have to pay attention on it and also do a lot with farmers to mitigate the level of the carbon footprint from the agriculture production. So it's really important.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's important to have the data that they are real, not statistic and estimated, because we have to compare them, yeah? Okay, and to meet the ambition of the European Green Deal, the currently planned European Clean Deal, where Europe continues to aim for climate neutrality, we need holistic action at the level of the all EU countries. And has the program Regional developed practices or models that could be implemented in other countries, such as Poland?
Well, that's what we're aiming for, but we're just starting. But clearly, also a bit on the measurement, we think it's very important that we get to good models to measure the outcomes and predict the outcomes of regenerative agriculture practices that also go beyond carbon footprint. So clearly carbon footprint is important, but many other things are important as well. And another thing is that it's often quite context specific. What are what for each specific farmer, what are the hotspots that farmer should we hope him or her to work on to get to better outcomes. So what we aim for is in the regional program is really to work on this common language on how do we measure. And we do so, well, there are also initiatives like the One Planet Business for Biodiversity program from the World Business Council, the SAI, Sustainable Agriculture Initiative. They've developed a framework around regenerative agriculture. So there are many initiatives also in other places, and we really hope to cooperate with them and learn from them, but also hope to inspire them and well, together we hope to get to also European language on how do we measure.
Okay, thank you. And from the farmer's perspective, who will pay for this? The question emerges at the level of countries, business, but also especially farmers. Did the shift to regenerative agriculture require significant financial or organizational investment? What were the biggest challenges when we talk about costs?
Well, part of this question I have already answered in my previous when I had a voice. But I think that regenerative agriculture can be done in two ways. You can invest lots of money in equipment and just turn up your farm and do everything from the scratch, or you can choose the way I did, do it step by step, to understand, to observe how the soil behaves. It's not lots of investment. It may be trying another equipment, selling old equipment, changing seeders, and do it step by step. I prefer this way because it's low risk for me. Of course, incentives are good, always are good. And outside money, like fundings, are welcome, more than welcome. The situation in agriculture is not too good generally, economically. We have to look at the world prices, at the geopolitical situation, the trade. It's not only the economical mechanisms that create it. It's lots of politics in it, lots of also individual funds, big funds create the economics. So it's difficult. So the outside, I would say that the incentives from whatever they are always welcome. It will be easier, faster, and with less risks.
Yeah, and nowadays the common agricultural policy and in strategic plan, the eco schemes are told this is not enough. Yeah, we probably need more.
Well, they are not predictable because when you plan the eco schemes, you don't know exactly how much you will get back for the environmental practices. As it appeared this year, they were lowered a lot. So it's very difficult to base planning on them.
Thank you very much. And remaining on financial matters and competitiveness, I would like to direct my question to Mikołaj. How do regenerative agriculture action influence investor assessments of companies, and what are the key indicators of evaluation?
Regenerative agricultural actions positively influence investor assessments. All the action and strategies related to the sustainability influence positively. If we're talking about the investors, we should also talk about the SFDR regulation, which oblige them to also report ESG indicators related to their assets. So right now, and we are also, as a company, working with the private equity, financial institutions, and we know that they are already asking for those indicators. I will tell about the indicators, but they're obligated to also report that. And it's not easy for them to ask for more information. It's tough, but this is the obligations. So they have to. And also, they have some solutions and tools to give those companies, so they can invest in those companies. If we're talking about the green loan, they give the better prices for this and percent for this loan. So this is important. And if we're talking about also the due diligence, if investors are considering to invest in some company, they are already verifying the ESG aspects of those companies. So this is very important. And again, I will tell about the data, because we cannot just verify some obligations. We need to verify raw data, process, and final indicator which is delivered by the company. So this is important. And also, we didn't mention that, but if we're talking about the EU taxonomy and SFDR, we should also talk about the insurance companies. They also will analyze the risks related to the insurance based on ESG aspects. So this is important, and if company is sustainable, this is advantage for this company.
Thank you very much. We have new commission, European Commission. In the political guidelines from the new commission, the environmental issue are very, very high, but not only this. As rightly pointed out by Mario Draghi in his report for the European Commission, the EU must chart, of course, toward innovation and digitalization, as well as a more strategic use of state aid, but also including obtaining funds from capital markets. And this is particularly important in the context of rising interest rates and restrictive lending standards, which make the investment environment more challenging. According to European Investment Bank research, the availability of financing is currently an investment barrier for 44% of business in the EU. It must change, for sure. But what is needed from private sector and from governments to enable scaling up of regenerative agriculture? And this is the question to Walter.
Well, I think collaboration is important because it's complex, and I think a lot of actors need to act. So I think starts with that. Finance companies really need to also look at the long-term effects of regenerative agriculture versus conventional agriculture, and if they get that right in their risk models, I think they will invest in regenerative agriculture. I think the private sector, food companies, well, also driven by CSRD, but they're really making commitments on sourcing regenerative. But they need to stick to their commitments and deliver on it. And I think also governments can help a lot in, well, one, being predictable in regulations, which is not always easy, but is very important. I think also looking at the cap, and I think still a lot of the common agriculture policy is on generic subsidies, and I think if we get in a predictable way, can reform that much more to paying for ecosystem services, I think that will also make a big difference. And combined with also, I think, making regulations that raise the floor.
Thank you. And from the farmer's perspective, what do farmers need when we talk about private sector and government to facilitate the scaling up of agriculture, of regenerative agriculture?
Two things, just knowledge and equivalent in price for additional activities, additional things we have to do on farms. So better price and the knowledge, lots of knowledge. Not necessarily money. Money will be welcome, but knowledge, advising.
Yeah. And Mikołaj, to summarize, what key challenges do you foresee for the regenerative agriculture sector in the coming years when we talk about ESG?
I think this is a future for the agriculture. I'm sorry, I didn't say about the indicators.
It's very important. But this is 900 indicators when we talk about CSRD? Yeah,
yes,
a lot.
Yes, a lot. But if we're talking about the agriculture and investment funds, companies, and also insurance companies, the main indicators at the moment is carbon footprint and sequestration metrics. But this is important. But I believe that soon, as my colleague said, SCA, life cycle assessment, will be the future, and environmental impact of the agricultural production. So we will, in LCA, we can include a lot of other indicators and impacts in the life cycle assessment of the process and the product. And right now, mainly companies asking for the carbon footprint because we don't have data. We have to start measure the carbon footprint as precisely as we are able to. And we have to include whole value chain to make it possible. But the next step will be environmental footprint, so we can analyze the process and the product through all the environmental impacts it has. And this is the future. Already we also have the tools to measure it. For example, ISO 14, 40, and 44. But without the data, we can make just the assumptions. So this is important. We have to invest in the regenerative agriculture and pay attention on data, because without data, we cannot measure any impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your delighted answers. And to summarize, what are the 3 key takeaways from our discussion, short and briefly? 3.
Well, I think we need data and knowledge, but as one. I think we need financing and as well as value chain partners. So all the actors in the system need to really support this movement. I think a third one is we need individual farmer support that really helps in, well, the very context-specific challenges that each farmer will face in this transition.
From the farmer's perspective?
Demand from food producers, better knowledge, more knowledge, and software or any programs that will allow us to prove that we can do it and we do it.
And from the ESG perspective?
In my opinion, standardization of the process. This is important, so we can compare the data and make some conclusions about it. And of course, market alignments. So companies have to demand for this kind of product, and they will have to know the value of this product. For example, companies have to have decarbonization strategies. They have to reduce their carbon footprint. And of course, in accordance to the methodologies, if they reduce as much as possible and there will be no other options for the reduction, they can offset. And they can pay a lot of money for offsetting their carbon footprint. In my opinion, they can invest in regenerative products so they can have impact and they can reduce their carbon footprint also. And of course, environmental footprint.
Yeah, when we talk about offsetting and green claims, it's a little bit risky because in setting is the most important from the European Commission view. But for the farmers, it's really, really good in the future from the business perspective because of regenerative agriculture. Okay, thank you. I think we are finished. Do you want add something? No, it was really nice discussion, and I hope we can meet in the future in some conference or meeting about agriculture and regenerative agriculture and the social and economic discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, I learned a lot, to be honest, because I think it was a really in-depth, sector-specific conversation that was very insightful. So thank you very much. Also moderated, thank you. Very well done. Well, as a moderator, I have to share some bad news. We're only having 2 sessions left. It's really a pity, eh? So, hey, a minor adjustment in the program, because when you look closely at the program, you see that there's a student competition, but that was already yesterday. So there were some smart students and also already awarded. So we're going directly to the elevator pitches in combination with the Austrian economic mission. So I would like to invite on stage, next to Sun, Austria. Yes, a big applause. Really pleased to have you, because I think when it's about development, it's also about, let's say, trade missions and those type of collaborations. So you're having 5 minutes for some sort of an elevator pitch.
We're standing in an elevator, and now
yeah,
time
you're in the
door
elevator.
opens.
We're going to level 35.
Oh, that's good.
So the floor is yours.
That's enough.
All right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stefan Schwind. I want to introduce you to our next generation level solar system. Actually, of company next to Sun. You see it here on a picture. What are we doing differently? Solar energy is used to be designed that it's directed to the south. You always try to find the optimum angle, and you put all solar panels that they go to the south, and then from the morning to the evening you generate sun. What are we doing differently? We are putting our solar modules vertically, and we are not directing it to the south, we are directing it to the east and west. The modules are bifacial, meaning they are active from both sides. In the morning from the east, in the evening from the west. How does this work? How can I switch this here? So, yeah, that's what it's looking like. Putting the modules vertically means there's a lot of space in the rows between the modules. And harvesting the sun in the morning and the evening means that we are harvesting then when the sun comes pretty low, so we have to have some distance. This distance gives us space to do agriculture on the land. So we are addressing 2 conflicts in solar power that we have today. One is the land use conflicts. We use the same land for agriculture and for solar energy, so it's more land efficient. That's the first advantage. There's an advantage for the land itself. We generate biodiversity strips under the modules because the machines should not drive so far, so it's like grass growing there and it gives biodiversity. This also reduces erosion processes in the land. And actually it reduces a little bit the wind speed and prevents from drying out. The other, for us, very, very important point is that we have a very big success in renewable energies today. There's a lot of solar energy in the grid, but that means at noon, all solar installations are producing, and they are actually producing too much energy sometimes. So we have cutoffs, we have curtailments. Energy is nothing worth at noon. In our system, we put it to the east and the west, and we produce energy in the morning and the evening. So we produce it when the other systems do not produce energy. So this actually, when you take the curves together, the green and the red curve, so the red curve are the old installations to the south, ours are the green. So we have a very nice line of producing energy, and we reduce the need for storage. Next to Sun was founded in 2015. We are about 90 people now. We have built approximately 30 megawatt, and about 40 megawatt actually are under construction. And just to give you a little impression, I'm with the Austrian business delegation here, so Salzburg AG, the local utility installed 2.1 megawatt from our system. This is another project in the Steiermark. You see quite high energy yields, so we are producing a little bit more energy compared to conventional systems, actually per installed megawatt. These are our projects in Germany. I just go through it. I think I will not even use the full remaining minutes. So this is not an idea, it's reality. These are real projects, real references. This actually is the last slide on Frankfurt, Rhein-Main Airport. We are building 17.4 megawatt. This is quite a lot. It's 34 rows, up to 2.8 kilometers each. We are not covering any land. The land is still used for biodiversity, rainfalls regularly, and it provides a big impact to the energy consumption of the airport. Thank you very much.
A second, because I was totally impressed. I've never seen this before.
Why not?
That was my question.
I will invite you. Actually, we are pretty much in Germany and Austria right now. We have 3 very small installations in Poland of 5, 16 and 50 kilowatt, what is not a megawatt and not a gigawatt, but we're working on it.
Yeah, because what's your dream when you're dreaming big? Like, are you conquering the world, or what's...
To be honest, we're dreaming of providing more or less almost half of solar energy, because as I told you, there is a time at noon when all the others produce, but nobody thought about what are we doing in the morning and the evening. We need the energy at a different time, and that's our solution, it's our patent. We are manufacturers, we are project developers, so we will have quite an impact.
Definitely. Well, again, a big applause. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
And I also would like to invite on stage ELF consulting engineers, because we're always getting energized by those innovations and people with a purpose, but also with the business model. And I think that's lovely, when a society meets also the financial benefits. So, yeah, we would love to hear your story, and also maybe a little bit of a background. Please come over, here's the mic. When it's about your purpose, why are you here?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Joining the Austrian delegation, my name is Oskar Gruber. I'm representing ILF Consulting Engineers, and I'm in charge of the advisory arm. So I have been to Poland years ago. I'm amazed how this city is thriving. And I've heard today that if you would like to follow your energy transition, it's a 128 billion investment by 2040. So as a consulting firm, we follow the money. That's the reason why.
Excellent. Well, you're having 5 minutes to follow the money, and I'm very curious.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to give 2 insights, the energy context and circular economy, not touching on the agriculture. So maybe to run through a couple of slides and to make it short in the afternoon. ILF has the origin from the Transalpine gas pipeline from southern Germany to northern Italy. From this, and established 67, the company grew. It's still independent. We currently have roughly 4,000 employees, 3,000 full-time equivalents, including 2 offices in Poland with 350 people. We operate for public and private clients. We have no product. We sell know-how. We communicate experience, and we've seen quite a lot of projects that are working or not working. In the energy transition, I see the challenges you're having here in Poland are exactly the same as in the rest of Europe. So we're trying to support and assist the clients to find 2 feasible solutions. With a strong engineering background, we're looking into a holistic approach. The company itself, typically engineering, that's the core business, is organized around 4 business areas, which includes climate. And we are supporting clients from the vision and project idea up to options analysis, the entire design engineering, along, I would say, implementation, construction supervision, and optimization. We have engineering services, but I'm in charge of the management consulting, which is much more interesting, because we're looking into a bit of everything and also your business case. So we are supporting clients in infrastructure in rather complex projects, starting from strategy advisory, market studies, insights to options analysis. And I haven't heard the term ESG very often today, but in that context, we're trying to look into economics. So with your vision, what are the options in the project definition stage and how you actually come this across, considering, of course, the project finance requirements. We are supporting privatization efforts and are, I would say, in the energy context, in the international sphere, small, but in the top 5 for transaction advisory. I am based with my team in Vienna. We also have offices in Innsbruck, Munich, Abu Dhabi, Dubai. We are trying to follow ILF regional companies, and I'm here today also to look into Central Eastern Europe and Poland, because of course we would like to do more projects. The references I have taken with me shall just show that we are in various aspects, including energy, but also water, also oil and gas, which is in a transition, and water and environment. So basically everything that's in the context of sustainable handling of resources. But what about from the international to the local? So the company in Poland was established 25 years ago. We are in various projects, in particular in the engineering, the metro in Warsaw. But here's a selection of projects in the energy context. So onshore wind, offshore wind, very much transmission lines, HVDC lines, waste to energy projects, as well as the hydrogen context. And circular economy, what about that? So we are advising the client in the sustainability context. So the phrase we've heard today in the first panel, the reuse, the reduce and recycling approach, we are trying to follow in every project. We have, as a company, privately owned, our own sustainability strategy, so it's a key goal just to follow and pursue projects that are sustainable for our clients. I wouldn't say that we educate, but we very much communicate to the client if they don't have that yet in place. And I can give you one example, very big European utility on a stock exchange. They have a big goal and target to be neutral by 2040. They have this at the national European level and their standards. We've heard today in the panel, it's all about quality and we have a creative mindset. But if you go into the international context, in areas where you don't have those standards or where it's a bit complicated, in that case it was an oil and gas project in Iraq, you have other issues. So together with the client, we were looking into, a year ago we started with this, what this means to come from a corporate to a project level. We formulated with them a 7-step development stage and have analyzed with stakeholders 30 different categories with subcategories and are currently at the stage where we believe we have found the optimum in a project optimization, which meant in this case no further expansion, much more water, much more land use. No, it meant with new technology you get more with a far lower impact. Second example I'm giving, again Middle East, because we're very active in that region. The Public Investment Fund has established or is looking into the third economic pillar, which is tourism. If you've been to the Middle East, that's special. In particular in Saudi Arabia, so with the new economic zone, there is now a project ongoing which we support since 2018, and they have set a clear goal along Equator Principles, everything has to be renewable. So what do? We analyze with the engineering background what this means. The driver is the financing, but also the end user. So years ago it was a bit greenwashing. Now we see you will not be successful if you don't have it particularly placed into the market. And I would say the driver is the community, it's everyone, it's also you. And if you wouldn't follow that, there wouldn't be a project, you would not obtain finance. So what's our skill set? You see in the circle to the right, along the project phase, we can support what this means, not only from the engineering, but also economic, financial-wise, procurement-wise, and other aspects. And we are also sustainable in printing. Because last week, we've released with the DII, maybe if you're at the Desert Tech Initiative, a white paper on the hydrogen market. The European hydrogen backbone will affect everyone in Europe, but also Poland. I have one report you can flip through, but I also have a QR code which you can scan. So in case of interest, please reach out. I'll drop them outside. In case of interest that you want to discuss other elements, please reach out. I would like to do much more business in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe one question, because I was impressed by the geographical spread and let's say the worldwide presence. Where do you see the biggest innovational driver? I saw UAE, Saudi Arabia referring. What's the next level disruptor when you look at the geographical topic?
Yes. We've heard today in the morning policy and regulations the driver. European Green Deal taxonomy, we see the driver is finance. So there's a clear mindset that has to change. If that business was working for very long, it will change. In terms of standards and regulations, typically EU approach, I would say, Europe is at the forefront. So bringing in this knowledge in international context, we have a competitive edge. In terms of money investment, where we actually see projects executed, I would say Middle East. I would also say American market, not so far Southeast Asia in that context, but we're following projects that are far ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting. We started with a EU-China comparison, but also indeed the Asian markets or the US capital flows. I think that's a huge influx. Yes. And maybe one final question. When you look at your profile, what kind of professionals are you recruiting? Because I'm a lecturer. So like what kind of professionals do we need to educate to be successful in this field?
Very easy, all. As a company, we have, I would say 90% at least, is engineering. So we have from civil to electrical to medical, everything. In my team, we're looking rather in the advisory side. So it's maybe with an engineering background, I have that myself, but we look into finance. So it's from the consulting arm, the number crunching. But I also have a colleague that has studied psychology. So we are fairly flexible. I've heard that research...
In terms of closing a deal, or what's the strategy behind it?
No, just I think there is no way around that you can just say it affects one, it affects everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for your inspiration, Oscar. Big applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, and I also like to be on time, especially as a moderator. So we're heading towards session number 7. And that's, I think, a very interesting topic, because when we look at the extended producer responsibility, that's really an important topic to delve in. And we're going to start with an introductory presentation, followed by, well, to my opinion, an excellent panel discussion. But first, I would like to invite on stage Biljana Ignatova. Is she already here?
Okay, well, hello.
Oh, that's interesting.
Welcome everyone to this session. As I was introduced before, thanks for that. My name is Biljana Ignatova. I'm heading EU Public Affairs at TOMRA. So I'm working together with policymakers and other stakeholders at the level of the European Union to advance the circular economy and the sustainable management of our material resources. And it is my pleasure to give an introductory presentation to this very interesting session on extended producer responsibility, and also to share with you TOMRA's view and our learnings from decades of experience with EPR in the area of packaging. And we are talking about EPR in the context of increasing amounts of waste generated globally, packaging being particularly problematic because of the large amounts that are generated and the overall short lifespan. And we know that in some parts of the world, waste is badly mismanaged. So there on the next slide, we have a picture showing the symbolic impacts of such pollution and littering, whereby we can find plastic even in the most remote areas of our planet and our oceans. So in light of these trends, it is clear that to solve the problem, we need to rethink the way we produce and consume, but also we urgently need to step up efforts in collection, reuse, and recycling. In order to do that, Sorry, that was way too quick.
Sorry, we haven't checked that your presentation has many animations. Oh, not so much.
It's not so much. It's only
Okay.
those. It's only this one slide in the beginning. It's only this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go further. I will cut it off. I will cover it by this picture and take this rubbish out.
Sure. I understand. Okay, yes. So in light of these trends, it is clear that to solve the problem, we need to rethink the way we produce and consume, but we also urgently need to step up efforts in collection, reuse, and recycling. And in order to do that, funding, which is specifically dedicated to waste management, is needed. And this is where EPR comes in, as it is able to provide the necessary funding, which is sufficient, which is guaranteed over time, to finance the required infrastructures and changes in waste management. And by doing that, to alleviate the burden which is otherwise covered by taxpayers, by public authorities, by municipalities. So going to the next slide, EPR is the principle that producers are responsible for the entire life cycle of the products they place on the market, from the very beginning, so the design stage, until the very end stage when those products become waste and need to be properly collected, sorted, and recycled to be used again for new products. To be effective, EPR has to be accompanied by robust legislation. So producers are obliged by law to cover the costs for the waste management of the packaging they place on the market. And this is of course very important because this money can be used to build up efficient collection, sorting, and recycling infrastructure. And specifically in the EU context, this cost coverage, so this obligation for the producers to cover those costs, this is mandated at the level of the EU. We know that EPR as a principle can be implemented in different ways to adapt to different contexts and in fact to different types of products. When it comes to packaging, there are two main types of EPR. There are deposit return systems, or DRS, which is the optimum EPR system for beverage containers. DRS indeed is a proven global best practice to achieve high collection rates and litter reduction for beverage bottles and cans. For the rest of consumer packaging, there is EPR which relies on curbside or drop-off collection. So this is collection via separate bins or containers or bags, and this is very commonly referred to as simply EPR or EPR for packaging. This is also how I use the term today for this audience. So our focus for today is this dark blue box on the slide. Let me now give a couple of words on EPR from a global perspective. So changing to the next slide. What we see as a global trend is that EPR is expanding and more countries are looking to implement EPR legislation. So this means they're going from voluntary approaches to mandatory policies. And in particular, this is relevant now in the context of the negotiations on an international legally binding instrument to tackle plastic pollution, the so-called Global Plastics Treaty. What we also see is that while in theory EPR seems to be clear and quite straightforward, not every EPR implementation in practice is successful and brings result. What is really critical is to have the right policy framework in place and also the right design of an EPR scheme. In Europe, which is also the cradle of EPR, this is where EPR started and we have most experience with it in Europe, regulations are most evolved in that sense. There is the general understanding that EPR is crucial for driving packaging circularity and for enabling systemic change. There are uniform rules related to EPR to ensure that it really delivers on its full potential and it is able to support countries and stakeholders to achieve mandatory targets and ambitious requirements which are set in various EU directives. So starting from this realization that not every EPR implementation gives the same results, in the last years, we at TOMRA saw the need to come up with recommendations for well-designed EPR systems based on our experience, or decades of experience, I should say. As indeed TOMRA is the technology leader globally for both sides of EPR for packaging. So both deposit systems and also the curbside collection systems. So in that capacity, we see things that work, things that do not work well, and this is why we have launched a white paper on EPR for consumer packaging, where we identify the key principles that are needed for high-performing systems. And we can see those in the next slide. So we advise every country that is setting up a new EPR system for consumer packaging, or even a country which is revising an existing system, to align with these 5 principles of circularity, performance, convenience, producer responsibility, and system integrity. In the European context, these 5 principles are fully aligned with the requirements which are set at the EU level. Let me now highlight just a few key elements which are defining those principles, starting with circularity. So going to the next slide. Firstly, the idea of circularity is to keep materials in the economy in a continuous loop for as long as possible, by preserving their quality and ensuring that they are continuously used or recycled for new applications. And here the waste hierarchy serves as a guiding principle. The waste hierarchy says that ideally the best waste is the one that is not produced at all. So prevention, reuse should be prioritized always where possible. For packaging which cannot be prevented and it is already in circulation, it already reaches the end of use, we should collect it and we should recycle it to give it a new life. And there we give priority to closed loop recycling, where materials are processed back to the same value application and can be recycled again multiple times. As a secondary option, we also have open loop recycling, where materials are being processed to less demanding applications. The least preferred waste treatment options on this waste hierarchy are energy recovery and landfilling, where we do recognize that those two still have a role to play. We should ensure that any valuable recyclable materials are recovered from mixed waste streams before they're being burned or buried. Another key element of circularity here is eco-design. So that means that the packaging should be conceived to last long, to be reusable where this is relevant, to integrate secondary raw materials rather than using virgin raw materials. So this is the recycled content we talk about. And at the end of the day, packaging has to be designed to be recyclable, and also the right systems need to be in place to enable that. So packaging has to be designed in line with this waste hierarchy. Then we go to the next principle, which is the principle of performance. Performance is driven when there are clear and ambitious targets set in the legislation. This provides certainty for investments and also for long-term planning. Policies need to include targets for both recycling and also recycled content, as these two targets are two sides of the same coin, and they are both much needed to achieve circular packaging. So on one side, recycling targets act on the supply to ensure availability of high-quality secondary raw material, and they also drive the needed investments into collection, sorting, and recycling infrastructure. Then on the other side, recycled content targets, they drive the demand to effectively close the loop, as then we're effectively substituting virgin with secondary raw materials. In the EU, we've been having those recycling targets, so the ones on the left side of this slide, for several years already. And now the upcoming packaging and packaging waste regulation, the PPWR, which you have certainly heard about, it will complete the picture by also setting comprehensive and ambitious recycled content targets for all kinds of plastic packaging. And in that context, it becomes clear that only well-designed and high-performing EPR systems will be able to fulfill these new requirements. Then we come to the next principle of convenience. And this is convenience from the point of view of the consumer, because we can't have an effective system, a system that works, if the public, if the consumers do not participate. And here EPR is key to provide a convenient, easy to use collection system, and combined with effective, with clear, with consistent communication and awareness raising to ensure that enough quantity and good quality of packaging materials are being collected. Then we come to the next principle, which is a core principle. Of course, it's producer responsibility, where producers have clear obligations to manage and to finance the entire life cycle of their packaging. And they do that through a producer responsibility organization, or PRO. This is an international standard, and one that is mandatory at the level of the EU, is that at minimum the costs for collection, sorting and recycling should be fully covered by producers, as well as the costs for running the PRO, so administration costs, reporting to the government and communicating to the consumers. And what is interesting is that those costs they can be offset with potential revenues from the sale of recovered materials. So there is a built-in incentive in the system for producers to seek quality and to drive quantities being captured. Because the better the quality, the more quantities are coming in the system, then the more value producers can get on the market for those collected materials, and this can help them reduce their contributions into the system. Again, all depends on how the system is designed. Then coming to the last but not least principle of system integrity, which is needed to ensure that the system is stable, that it is well functioning, and that it is transparent and trustworthy. And for this, the government has a key role to play by setting a clear framework for reporting, for monitoring, for control, and then leaving it up to the producers, leaving certain flexibility to the producers within this framework to comply with their obligations. So there is a fine balance to be found between government oversight and industry flexibility to comply with the set targets and with the set obligations. So to recap on our recommendations, and we can go to the next slide, we do believe that every country that is setting up a new EPR system for consumer packaging, or a country which is revising an existing system to improve it, should align with these 5 principles of circularity to maximize resource utilization, the principle of performance to deliver real and effective and lasting results, convenience to facilitate consumer participation, effective producer responsibility, which ensures cost coverage of all related costs, and system integrity, so that the system works as it is intended. And I hope that you could see how extremely important it is to get EPR right in order to balance the economics of recycling and also, of course, to get to real environmental outcomes and to real environmental benefits. So with this, I hope to have given a good foundation for a fruitful panel and productive discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, great. Thanks, Biljana, for your extensive, it was almost a masterclass. I was quite impressed. I would like to invite on stage Anna Zapota as a moderator for the next panel discussion. Anna, big applause. Yeah, you're the 7th session already. We're only having 2 in the afternoon. That's really a pity, yeah? Because I think it's very insightful, and also to have these crossovers between sectors. You're having 6 panelists.
It will be a challenge, right, to manage. But I think that they are very well organized. We discussed the approach, so it will be very interesting discussion.
Therefore, I will give my microphone to you, and I also would like to ask the audience, because it's late in the afternoon, but we're very close to the drink, so I would like to give an extra big applause to the 6 panelists of Anna.
Thank you very much, and I invite to this stage Anna Kozaja-Szałkowska, Managing Director of Plastics Europe Polska, Piotr Kryszewski, Managing Director of Green Gdańsk City Hall, Michał Mikołajczyk, Director of Sales and External Relations at Ecopol Organizacja Odzysku Opakowań S.A., Wiktoria Płocha, Sustainability Business Partner at IKEA, Piotr Popa, Expert in Public Affairs, Grupa Żywiec, and Łukasz Sosnowski, President of the ProCarton Foundation. Wherever you prefer. Please. Find your seats. Great. Okay. So now you need to talk fast and think even faster, because we were a bit deprived with some time from my colleagues. So I hope you will manage, and that you will manage and not fall asleep, because I think it will be very interesting discussion. And we know that the discussion on the EPR, it's never-ending story in Poland. I had this tremendous pleasure to sit on this stage 1 year back as a panelist with Michał, exactly discussing again EPR. So now I'm in this nice position to host you, and I will only listen to your opinions. And I would like to start from the general picture. We saw here some kind of big guidelines, how the perfect EPR could look like, how the effective EPR could look like. So I wanted to ask you first, what are your perspective on having the EPR, which is a blessing and not a burden, because this is a bit the topic of our discussion. And the lucky first person may be Wiktoria Płocha from IKEA to start with, as a producer, start a value chain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aniu. Good morning, everyone. Well, yeah, to set the scene for my answer, I will repeat some very, very basic information, but I think the crucial one, and someone said that repetition, is never enough, so let's do it again. So EPR is about making the producers responsible for the products that they put on the market, but not only at the beginning of the product life cycle, but actually throughout the whole product life cycle. So in an ideal scenario, when we implement the EPR schemes, we should see that the products that are put on the market, they are durable, they are high quality, these are the products that are repairable, reusable, these are the products that are at the end of the day recyclable. So that would be the perfect scenario. That is a high need. That is a crucial thing, right? So my big concern and question is why we are struggling so much with, the order of the implementation in the regulations. So why we're starting with thinking about the solution without explaining the why, which might be helpful in implementing and having the awareness. Well, yeah. So answering the question about effective EPR scheme, I would say that it is at least the existing one, like a very basic condition. And from the perspective of a home furnishing retailer, I would say that this is also the scheme that covers furniture, because this is not a common topic in a discussion about EPR. We are talking about packaging, but furniture would be also, from our perspective, very likely to be seen as a part of the EPR. And yeah, I would really like to, in my opinion, I would really like to avoid the scenario when we are putting another tax, so at the end of the day, on the product, so at the end of the day, the consumer will pay more, and then nothing will happen and nothing will improve on the other side of the crucial side of the value chain. So the collection systems, the recycling infrastructure, sorting infrastructure as well. So, you know, to have this complementary and also systemic change and co-created change and also co-created system. So this is maybe not such a super detailed answer on the EPR itself, but that would be, from my perspective, the really, you know, like
starting
conditions, yeah, foundations.
Okay, thank you. And maybe Piotr, sitting at almost the same chair, also a producer, directly responsible under EPR scheme, representing beverage producers. So what is for your foundation, what are the foundations of good and effective EPR?
I think you kind of touched upon it in your initial statement. I have the impression that we've been talking about EPR too much, really. And we've been repeating the same stuff over and over again, kind of recycling, so to say. And I think in my dream scenario, I would like to see this famous Article 8A from the Waste Directive just pasted verbatim into any legal document that comes first, and it's high time to just implement it, because of course, one shouldn't, in a way, directly translate regulations from another country or European regulation into their own legal system. Nonetheless, I think that we should also take into account that we have the deposit system regulation looming somewhere on the horizon, and looking at what has become of the DRS bill when it left the parliament last year, what kind of legislative monster it has been made into. I'm deeply concerned that the same fate may happen to EPR, and it may become a kind of an embodiment of a certain joke that I've heard from one of the ministers, who asked me whether I know what a donkey is. And donkey is a horse after public consultations. And I'm truly worried that the same fate may fall upon EPR. Therefore, I'm all for implementing even the whole waste directive directly into our own legal system, and just finish discussing it and starting implementing it. Thank you.
Michał, is it enough to have efficient EPR just to copy-paste somewhere Article 8A, and maybe it will push the discussion into good direction or good solution?
Hello, everybody. Just one sentence, personal reflection. In today's will be 20 years when I started work in Recopol. I remember previous president said, Mr. Michał, proper time. You are joining us exactly in the moment where we are re-established the system. Yes, it's a never-ending story. Exactly 10 years ago, maybe 9 years ago, and definitely in 2018, we caught the feeling. I'm saying many entrepreneurs established and working and introducing packaging into Polish market. We caught the feeling that hopefully the directive and 8A article will be the driver to put the system as it's written. Of course, devil sleeps in details, and value chain, it sounds so nice, but of course there are different interests and they are different points of view, but it has to be established. These 22 years of the system shows that there are still black zones, black markets, that there are gaps, that the system doesn't function like it should be, like it's in many countries. Maybe it's not ideal one, but why, for example, in Czech Republic, it's possible that things are happening, not in Poland. Of course, there is always, as my colleague said, that maybe something wrong will happen with this law as well. Looking at the DRS, I can say that everything what can happen badly happened with these regulations. But I'm not a nasty one, but we are sitting here already 30 minutes. Who knows what's going on with the law, with the DRS? It's changing every day, you know.
We are looking for a recipe for a blessing, you remember.
Yeah, no, of course, it looks that when it is something, if it's something bad, like it was 3 years ago, everybody said no. No tax system that takes the money, doesn't follow the responsibility. Those who pays don't have anything common with their own money. There is no link with money, with tax, and the stimulation of selective collection. And there is a need that once the system has to be established, because the clearly defined roles are still missing, the responsibilities are still missing, the money for selective collection, for education, for monitoring, for data collection, for analyzing are missing. So, Jesus Christ, how is possible that still the system is dying in the angles of ministries and Wiejska building? Crossing fingers that once it will happen.
So what is municipal perspective to this? Meaning copy-pasting, starting from scratch and looking for another round of discussions? You are engaged in simply managing packaging waste because they are in the waste stream of household waste, right? So what is your perspective to the topic of EPR?
Hello, everybody. I think that we all agree that we have enough talking. Now it's time for a decision, brave decision. Of course, we could have different opinion on this, how this system should look like. And the first thing is that, of course, we should look at the other Western countries, how the systems are working there. But we also have to take opinion about the Polish system and how it was built over the decade. It must be tailored for our reality and fit for our reality and the system. I think that the waste management system in Poland isn't perfect, but also it wasn't perfect in Western countries. We are learning and we are making mistakes, of course. What we need right now is those funds that were mentioned in the presentation earlier. As cities, as municipalities, we are facing different challenges. I think the big cities are handling quite well, but the small cities need a little help. That's why we need teamwork, and we need funding for investments, for collecting investments for education. And for example, in Gdańsk, we have been educating children, and last year it was something like 7,000-8,000 kids in school, and their knowledge about collecting system and waste management is very impressive, but what we need right now, it's a little bit more funding to invest and to fulfill this gap.
Okay, thank you. So maybe now going to the representatives of two foundations we have here on the stage who are earlier than those who are obliged under EPR scheme. So let's start with beverage cartons and the producers of the packaging. What is your perspective on EPR scheme? You are not obliged, so maybe it's not your business, right, to think about it.
Yes.
Thank you. We are not obliged, but we want to be on the market. So the packaging is not for.
The answer is easy.
The packaging is not for being packaging. It is to do something to prevent goods on the market. But what is the most important in the EPR discussion? Of course, it is too long, as you mentioned. But from my perspective, the financing and the proper financing is the most important element in this discussion. And maybe for those of you who are familiar with the rules of EPR, it is obvious. But I would say that proper financing is the kind of backbone of the entire system. And it should be a system which will help to address the problems at every stage of life cycle. It's not only about financing collection or not only about financing sorting or recycling. The system has to work as a whole, and it should deliver proper financing at all stages. For example, I'm representing Beverage Carton Foundation, so one of the multi-material packaging, one of the composite packaging, and there are very different composite packaging on the market. Some of them are recyclable and collected, like beverage cartons. Some of them, with some of them there are problems at different stages of the life cycle. So proper financing addressing different packaging should be the most important element of this system. So, of course, it is also obvious that net cost principle and other rules of EPR are important, but we really have to think about it and create proper, good rules for this system.
Okay, and Anna, what are the good rules for the system? What is your perspective representing plastic producers, right?
Yeah, maybe, thank you very much for the question. Maybe my perspective would be a bit broader because, as you all know, we have plastics in every sector of our lives. And of course, now the discussion in Poland is really focused on EPR packaging for packaging producers, but of course, if we take the problem broader, then we have this broader EPR for every sector, or maybe almost every sector. And what for? Because we need to get the material recycled. And if you would ask me what would be ideal one from plastic perspective, not only packaging but plastics, then would be the system in which we really effectively raise the levels of recycling. We lost so many years in Poland. When you look back, we are looking back like you know, old people. and we see that last years there was, well, maybe not nothing, but really not enough done just to raise the levels of recycling. And we have a lot of numbers. I really encourage you to look into our publication, Plastics, Circular Economy for Plastics. We have very detailed information how the levels of recycling of plastic looks for every sector, every waste stream. And what we see, first of all, we see from this data that only selective collection is the source for, or the tool for getting the material to being recycled. 15 times more material we get from selective collection for recycling than for taking in from mixed waste. That's really impressive. The second point really important for looking at what is going on here. It's that the system should be integrated, as it was on your slides, but the system should prevent the bad practices we are observing. Sorry that I'm saying it aloud, but it's the reality. We have the bad practices through all the Poland that material, which is really pure, really clean, really should go immediately to recycling, is going just to RDF to be burned. And I really don't want to talk publicly why, but it's happening. So the system should really fill this leaking material.
Okay, and your answer allows me to jump into two topics which I wanted to ask you further. First is a perspective of consumer inhabitant, right? Because as you said, we should work on best practices, we should work on sharing good experiences, and it automatically means us being people, inhabitants, consumer needs to work on how to work under the maybe new rules. So I wanted to ask you on what are your experiences with working with consumers and looking of their approach. And Victoria, maybe you could start? Because you are working a lot as IKEA with your consumers.
Yeah, we do indeed. Yeah, it was during one of the morning panels around consumers' climate footprint. It was already said that, and I will only strengthen it, that we as a society, we know a lot. We are gaining knowledge, we are increasing our awareness, but the question is if with the increase of the awareness, the action goes like equally. Like, well, not really, because as you may know, there is a huge gap between actions and declarations, and it's like the same thing with, you know, selective segregation and recycling and all of the things, but also actions that are tackling the climate change. We see the huge gap. And why? Because right now the priority for consumers, for customers, and it is based on the research, but also based on our observations daily in running a business, that we as a consumers, we choose with our wallets, we choose with our convenience. So sorry for saying that, but sustainability matters and, you know, like ecological matters are not the primary criteria for choosing concrete products, service, etc. And I will share with you one particular example, because before summer we conducted a qualitative research with Kantar at CSR Consulting, and we asked we asked consumers in general, within or through the interviews, through home visits, various questions around getting rid of things like products, furniture mostly. And we asked them, one of the questions was about, are you willing or would you pay for the service or for the solution that will help you in getting rid of waste in a, you know, like more responsible way? And the answer was not at all. Like, I won't pay anything, and it's actually quite opposite. I would like to be incentivized somehow to use this opportunity. And then we dig a bit deeper, and then we explain that, you know, there's a whole bunch of processes behind such a solution, so it's not such a easy, like, quick win to implement, also from the business perspective, blah, 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 all of these things. And then they started to, you know, like our respondents, interviewees, they started to think, okay, so maybe I would pay like something.
But not
if
with the happiness and willingness.
Yeah, of course. But if it's like right away, on demand, within 1 hour, like right now and today, like 15 minutes we order and we have the service in a place. So that's actually the example of how we are thinking, because the EPR scheme is, you know, is important, schemes are important. We need the responsibility of the producers, but we also need to take customers on board, or we need to acknowledge that there is a huge responsibility of producers, of business, of retailers, of, you know, the other part of the value chain, so not consumers, to provide the solutions that are, you know, cheap or not as expensive or cost efficient, but also convenient, and they will address the other criteria that we know we are obliged to fulfill, for example, legally by the regulation.
So automatically I need to pass it to you, Piotr, asking almost the same question, and your clients, consumer, do you see the same approach, saying, I can do it, I will do it, but till the moment when I really need to do it and do something.
I will have to double down on what has just been said, and it's pretty much visible from how we perceive the approach of our customers to one of our flagship packaging, which is a returnable bottle. Due to cost increases, we had to raise the price of returnable bottle, which also meant that the amount of deposit that the customers had to pay at the counter also was raised. Nonetheless, the returnability improved after that because people felt like a real value in giving the bottle back. And of course, it's also visible from jumping into the deposit system. It's visible from the experience of Baltic countries, which have already introduced that it changed. It has those systems have managed to change consumer habits because, first of all, it was a matter of how they perceive deposit, because surprisingly they perceive deposit as a real benefit, whereas mathematically it's zero because they had to pay the deposit.
But it looks like financial incentive.
For them it's a financial gain, and the result is that whole families go to forests, scour and comb forests for empty packaging to return it to collecting machines in shops. So it shows that moving a bit higher, at a higher level, from a higher perspective, that if any green scheme is to succeed, it needs to have some financial benefit for the end user. Otherwise, it will fail. We have the example of a German government which has recently introduced a scheme to replace coal stoves in homes, but the main financial burden fell on households, and it caused a huge uproar. The government has lost a number of percentage points of its already very low popularity. So it showed that people, I think, perceive green initiatives as sticks only, that it's only on the cost side. So we do need to have a lot of carrots to encourage wider participation of general public in such systems.
Okay, and Łukasz, do you share this opinion about consumer experience, and maybe you have different experiences with consumer behaviors towards your product?
Yes, well, so I would like to evoke the project we had last month with environmental content creator. She has a lot of followers, and we showed in this project how the recycling of beverage cartons work. And I was surprised. Well, the comments were extremely positive, and I was surprised because people were saying only one thing to this content creator: "Thank you that you are showing this." So we see that there is still lack of knowledge about recyclability, about the process of recycling of different packaging. On one hand, it is important to show that. On the other hand, it is, I would say, it is a joy for consumers to see that their activities work. When
Exactly.
Does
it mean that they would like to see it make sense, right?
Exactly.
There is something behind it.
That they don't have to know how the EPR system works. In the same way, like we don't know how other systems we use as users, as consumers, but they have to know that their activities are for something, that they have next stages, that every packaging which they properly collect is sorted. As Anna said, it is not 100% the situation at the sorting facilities. And if you properly collect, it should be obvious for you that at every stage, at every next stage, it will go from sorting to recycling, and delivering the information on how it works and that it really works is from my perspective really important. And maybe one more element, we also conducted a survey on what people think about collection. So when it comes to the question on proper collection of packaging, the reply yes, so that I am collecting packaging waste, was 97%. I know that we all see what is happening in our bins, in our block of flats, for example, but I see that it's a declaration that people want to be environmentally friendly, and EPR system should work also for delivering this reply to consumers.
Okay, it's encouraging. I'm happy that you mentioned that. Is it the same perspective, Piotr, for the inhabitants? You said you are doing some also educational actions. Do you see willingness of inhabitants to engage? And is it possible to engage them without incentivizing, right? Without financial motivation? What is your learning?
I think for the people the most they work for, as you said, as you mentioned, they look for the money perspective, of course, but for the younger generations, they have to see a bigger meaning for all this. In Gdańsk, we yearly organize open days in our installation, and those open days are really popular. We have over 1,000 people come over one day to see how the installation works, how the sorting system works in Gdańsk, and they really see the meaning for the whole effort that they do. But of course, the most effective sorting system is in our house, and we have to give that information to the people. We provide them application. We have over 50,000 people using the application for sorting in Gdańsk. That's I think it's quite a lot, but it's a big task for all of us and for next years to come. And we see in our materials that how to say it, the generation that has a lowest environmental meaning, it's over 29 years and 39 years old. And now we have to fix the way to communicate with those people, not those people, little children in our school, primary schools, but those teenagers. And we have to make that habits for them to encourage them to sorting.
Anna, because you started this topic of sorting, and we all know that the plastic is, this material over which we are standing in front of our waste bin, thinking, what is it very often? So do you think how consumers perceive it, what we need to improve this, what you said in terms of maybe inhabitant habits, maybe how the infrastructure should be done for plastic to make it recyclable more, to make it better retrieve from the stream?
Yeah, again, your slide, convenience, this is what is really needed. I mean, the consumer, we are educating on plastics in really many years, and sometimes when I think about education, when I hear the word education, I say, oh my God, all the years, and still we have so many plastics which should be in selective collection, in mixed waste. So, but consumer doesn't, they don't need to know what type of plastic is it. They simply need to know, this is plastic, I need to put this, and I am doing this. And they don't need to I think, wondering if this bottle should be empty, this bottle should be clean, because there was so messy information in the past years. They were so confused with all those information coming from different regions. In this region, you can put this only to yellow bin. In this, no, you have to clean it. You don't have to clean it, and so on and so on. And we always, with the couple, during our joint educational actions, we were always saying, no, consumer only need to know this is plastic, put into yellow bin, and those who are responsible for waste management, they will do their job, and this is what we are asking for. And when I would think what would be needed now, well, except that we are really lagging, we really lost, I don't know, 10 years, 5 years, 10. I think 10 is a good number. Famous to 2013, when we were so happy that we have a new law, everything will change, blah, blah. We are now, you know. But what would be needed? Maybe a bit of control, maybe. And maybe a bit of incentive, just to make it now better working, because again, number, I'm just tell you one number. What is the level of recycling of packaging, plastic packaging now? According to the new method. In between, in this the past 10 years, which there was the method of counting the recycling level changed. So we have with the new method 29, and we should have in next year 50. No chance. We really lost a lot of time. So, as I said.
Okay, Michał. So now your turn, because you are also educating, you are working with municipalities, and you need to deliver 50% of recycling of plastic packaging waste.
Yeah, and then so many issues. Thank you for the voice from municipality, because in the value chain, your voice is very important. You're right. You are the owner of the place where consumers or citizens, whatever we call us, you run the business. You write the SIFs. You can influence on waste management companies and infrastructure, plastic or, for example, glass. Still, there is a guilty of consumer that only 50% of glass goes to recycling. But very often the infrastructure used by waste management companies make so wrong with glass. Just an example, to put the glass packaging waste on the field where there's a bad infrastructure means that bad incentives goes to the glass, and unfortunately recycling is impossible, or is possible but with higher costs, bigger energy, etc., etc. So your role as a municipality is very important. Yes, we declarate close to 100%. Yes, we make selective collection at home, during vacations, etc. And when we look at the yellow bin, only 30% can go to the recycling. But looking at the textile, it's even worse. When we see those special, let's say, bins for textile, only between 7 and 9% of it can go to the, for example, as a user, go to the vulnerable people. So that is even worse. What to do? Educate, yes, of course. And not only monitor, punish. You sort badly or you don't sort, punishment. You drive faster than is allowed, you have to pay. You make rubbish, you act against the environment, punishment. It's not like Madam Ministry says that environmental law has to be sprawiedliwe, justice. No. Environmental law is one of the most restrictive laws that we can even imagine. Incentives, yes, but monitoring and punishment as well. Because who is bad? Producer that produce the packaging, producer that introduce to the market, or for example, we, consumer as well. Who found out plastic packaging, for example, for 5 slides of yellow cheese. Producers, really? They found out to produce this packaging introduced to the market? We, because convenience. We produce so much, so really not to kill someone that buy 5 slides of yellow cheese. No, don't get it like this. But awareness campaigns, but to some mechanisms, maybe simple one. Transparent bin sacks, you made it wrongly, yellow card or higher, and this is municipal. If every Bürgermeister will punish citizen, their neighbor, or people who will vote for them to pay for the environment.
Yeah, it is a challenge. And the challenge is that we are having not much time, and I still want to give you a chance for at least short summary or some best practice or best solution to, again, coming back to the topic, to make EPR a blessing, not a burden. So I would like really you still to say what is your thinking on this, and that's time. Let's start from Anya. Let's give you a chance at the beginning this time.
You want me to summary what is my opinion on that, or what would be the most important point? Well, maybe
what would be the best.
The best. Maybe
blessing.
Just one, the blessing. The blessing would be for the EPR to be the system who really, that really financing the. And it's effective, financing the selective collection and recycling and so on, and it's effective, but it's also material neutral. This is fundamental for me, because when we really go into details and we start to discussing what is recyclability, of course, but we need to have acknowledgement of different recycling technologies. We need to have in mind that today we have that available technologies. In 2 days, we would have much more or 2 years or something like that. Just be open for the innovative technology. Very important, and this EPR should be really material neutral, because this is what we really need. Michał, thank you that you mentioned glass, because really, what is going on in Poland, and when I hear somebody who is saying, I will ask the consumer to buy drinks in glass bottles instead of plastics because I don't know what to do with plastics. Then I said, oh no, is it really so? Or maybe because you don't have enough glass for your recycling targets. It's really sometimes a mess. So EPR must be material neutral. We need to be open for the new technologies. And last but not least, my last sentence, sorry. Yep. I noted it down, one from the previous panels. The colleague from ENG, as far as I remember, said something about legislation, that she said that commenting is the legislation the burden for the innovation also. I write it down. Legislation should drive innovation. This is what we need for the moment.
Okay. This is a strong statement. Piotr, maybe your perspective?
My perspective is, in the first presentation that we saw before, we were shown a map, a world map. We didn't see a European map, but Poland is a black, it's a gap on the EPR system on Europe. And I hope in the next year we will have a EPR system, innovative, bravery system, and that we have to also see the main goals for those systems, environmental goals, recycling goals, and we also have to remember that we cannot make a situation that the citizens will bear the cost of this transformation.
Thank you. Victoria, your turn.
I would maybe summarize it with some encouragement for the business side. So before the APR schemes are, legally required and obliged, let's try to at least test and try some, basic or not basic, or try to implement some practices, such as, for example, at IKEA, we prepared our processes based on, for example, the buyback and resell program, that we're buying back the used IKEA products for our customers to, to at least be ready at the very process level and operational level for some, you know, more advanced even practices and legal obligation. And just one super short statement or summary about co-creation. If we would like to be effective and we would like to have some, you know, kind of effective process in place or systemic change, let's please use our common expertise, the experts throughout the whole value chain, like waste management companies, recyclers, business, foundations, you know, experts like Tomra. So, you know, just to really listen to each other and also include consumers, because without this convenience, which was already mentioned, we will not go too far.
Thank you, Piotr.
I think now, because Piotr has mentioned educational initiatives, and I think nothing will really change, especially in the approach of youngsters, if we do not carry out a comprehensive educational reform. And I'm not talking about getting rid of homeworks, which is a pretty dumb idea. As a former teacher, I'm pretty depressed with that. Nonetheless, because who will actually educate people? We cannot expect youngsters to adopt common sense approach to, let's say EPR, protecting environment, when they are taught by teachers whose salary hovers around minimal wage. We can compare the number of hours of religion classes versus the number of hours for sciences. I mean, it's not going anywhere. So unless a comprehensive reform is introduced to make young people adopt a more common sense approach, I think is needed. The other thing is we truly need to try to influence because it's been mentioned that young people are pro-environment in the declarations only, and it's pretty much true. One could see the huge lines when the Shein shop opened recently. So I think this is one of the main challenges. And taking a look at the legislation, my blessing would be if, when it comes to EPR, at least, my blessing from my point of view is that if we do not screw it up this time.
Okay, and very, very short, because I'm here pressed by the organizer, Łukasz and Michał. Please,
yes,
your blessings and recommendations for this, but 2 sentences.
Yes, okay. The EPR should be the framework for proper waste management, of course, with proper and smart financing for all packaging. But we also have to remember that every fraction has its problems. Michał mentioned glass. Maybe there are some measures which we can tackle not only by education and punishment, but maybe with legislative elements. It's the same situation in composite packaging. Imagine that you can put on the market the packaging which is non-recyclable and fulfill the targets with beverage carton recycling. This is the situation in the multi-material situation. So maybe there are other fractions which need specific solutions to solve the problems.
Okay. And
maybe not blessing, but just ask. Let's treat next year, next upcoming months, everybody as we are sit here, and our colleagues, co-workers, members of Chamber of Commerce, our finance directors, legal departments, and let's treat ourselves as a consumers as well. The next year will be a year of creating and adopting transparent, efficient, environmental-oriented, not politically and pure interest from sector to sector law about all those issues that we are discussing since ages.
beautiful summary of our discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you for your patience.
Even singing. I was totally impressed. Yeah, excellent. I see maybe is this yours?
Yes, it is mine.
Excellent. Great panel. Thanks very much. And as a master of ceremony, I was checking my phone for 2 minutes, and I received 50 WhatsApps and LinkedIn messages from people who were watching this online. And also they were, let's say, totally united and also inspired by the level of thought leadership. So actually, what I would like to do, and also before the last panel, I would also have a big applause for all the technical guys and girls, and also the organization, like people like Mariana and all the others, because I think they're doing a great job. Indeed, I think that's what we need to underline. Yeah, and now we're trying to close the loop, and I think to finalize this European Sustainability Congress, especially with some talks about urbanization, that should be very inspirational, because we're transforming to smart cities, and that's really also one of my topics. So I would like to invite on stage Frank Boutet. He's an urban planner and also awarded as French Urban Grand Prix 2022. Big applause for Frank. No, this mic will work for you. And there's the clicker, but I can also, do you want to walk around?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
You're looking great. You're also really looking like an architect. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you're having the final introductory presentation for the last panel. And we would like to have a big smasher in the end. So you're having 10 minutes.
10, okay.
And
we
please inspire us based on your knowledge.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much for giving me these 10 minutes to introduce this roundtable about the urbanism and the circularity of the city. The name of the roundtable is Closing the Loop in the Cities. So, what does this title mean? Maybe, does the loop is not closed in the city, or is there a loop in the city, or maybe did we lose the loop in the city? Did we lose the circularity of the city? We try to answer to this question, and I speak from my where I speak is I'm acting as an actor, city actor, 20 years ago in France, and 20 years ago is also the beginning of the environmental issues in the land planning and constructions. So I try to answer to this question. We can say at the very, very beginning, from a historical part, the city is really, really, really circular. The sense of the city is to be circular. Why? Because we can say, and these are very, very simple words, or a very simple signification of the city, but we can say the city at the beginning is the idea to pool and share what? Resources, infrastructures, and services. This is the inner sense of the city. So maybe we lost this idea of circularity. When is it exactly? I don't know. Maybe we can say in the 19th century, with the great industrialization in all countries, maybe because of the amazing increasing of power, of energy power. Maybe this is the beginning of the loss. Maybe it's on the very beginning of the 20th century, in the conceptual views, maybe, or artistic view, because of the modern movement in all sectors of art and architecture and urbanism. Maybe is after the Second World War, because of the industrialization of the urbanism, or maybe it's in 1969 with a book by Rainer Banham, American urbanist and philosopher. He said in the book, the environment of the well-tempered of architecture, we can do everything with technology. We can cool in the desert. We can transport material from everywhere to everywhere. So maybe we lost the circularity at this point. And what are the contemporary issues which oblige us to think again about circularity? The first one is the major issues of decarbonization. In France, we say we have, and this is the European rule, the policy, we have to be neutral, net zero carbon in 2050, and to reduce by 40% in 2030. So this is addressing a lot of new issues in the urbanism and land planning and construction, of course. And a second issue, maybe it's much more in France. This is the idea of the preservation of the fertile lands. Because of the very easy mobility with the individual car, with the plane, we can say we lost the idea of the territory, of the land, of the soil, and we say we can move everywhere, we can live everywhere. This is the beginning of the sprawling. And there is a new policy in France. We say we have to stop it. We have to stop it. We have to reduce by 2 in 2030, sorry, the rate of artificialization. Sorry, it's quite difficult to say. And to be also net zero in terms of artificialization in 2050. So we have to do with what already exists. The importance of the already there. To do with the inhabited soil, to do with the inhabited buildings, and to remake or to rebuild the city on the city. So this is a very, very circular approach. And we often say, in terms of carbon or in terms of ecological impact, the city is the problem. I say no. In terms of carbon, the city is not the problem. Because of this idea of pooling and sharing everything, this is really the sobriety in terms of carbon, to share and pool, to share with each other. If a building is used, for example, 24 hours a day, the carbon footprint is divided by 3 compared to a building used only 8 hours during the day. So this is the idea of sharing everything, and this is really the idea of the sobriety at the beginning. And we can say we have to do the maximum in terms of decarbonization of the infrastructure, the city as a physical middle, but there is also a lot of carbon in uses and behaviors. So we have to address all the carbon everywhere what it is. So in the infrastructure, in the city, but also in the uses and behaviors. So we can say the city, problem or solution. This is very, very short approach, but we can say, yes, there is some problem in the city, not in terms of carbon because of the sobriety because of the pooling and sharing. The city has many problems, but more in terms of adaptation. The city is not adapted to the future climate, for example. It's too hot during the summer. The rainwater cycle is broken because of the artificialization, the mineralization. So we have to work on the city in terms of adaptation, but we have to, I don't know what, how to do, we have to think in terms of positive mind about the city, because it's the only solution for the decarbonization. So we can say, make the cities circular again, and I think it's much more exciting than the other guys' project now. Okay, thank you.
I just gave him a compliment that IT was so great, huh?
Thank you.
It worked well. Let's share.
It works.
I think you also changed the narrative, and I also like your positive attitude. So we're working in a collective way on the solution. And I think that's also maybe a good starter for the panel discussion. So I would like to invite my fellow moderator, Marcin Mirczarski, and then we're heading to the panelists, Frank. So thank you very much, and a big applause for Frank. Yeah, well, we're having a few mics, but let's see whether it works. So I'll leave it up to you. I think you're having an excellent group of panelists. So you also know that after your panel, we're heading to the drinks. So I would like to ask you to really do your time management. But I think, Marcin, you will execute that. Cool.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. That's in my introduction. Oh, this one. Okay, so this is my introduction to ask kindly for this time management. Well, reducing, reusing, remanufacturing, refurbishing, and so on. We all know this phrase, don't we? But the question is, how could these demands all be incorporated into city governance? Well, let's find out. It's a high time to start the discussion, and it's my privilege to invite 7 great experts on circular economy. I will be inviting all those people with no particular order, so please remember that. And one more thing, I'm doing my best, but still I need to ask you for your understanding regarding the pronunciation of non-Polish names. Well, so there are a group of 7, as I've just said. Professor Ewelina Szczech-Pietkiewicz, head of the European Union Unit, Institute of International Economic Policy, Warsaw School of Economics. Yves Laurent Sapoval, hope that's fine. Urban Envoy, French Minister of Ecological Transition. Patricia Foscola, Cluster Coordinator, CircleMate.Brussels, a service of Hub.Brussels. Katarzyna Szymczak-Pomianowska, Director of the Department of Strategy and Sustainable Development, City Hall of Wrocław. Professor Joanna Kulczycka, Vice Dean at HGH University and Head of the Department of Circular Economy, Polish Academy of Science. Mariusz Rukat, Plenipotentiary of the Marshal of the Mazovia Region for Investment and Economic Affairs, Mazovia Voivodeship. And the last but not least, of course, Bartosz Silczak, ESG Risks Analysis Team Manager at the National Development Bank, as we call it, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego in Poland. All right, welcome on stage. So the plan for this final 8th session is to go through 2 rounds of questions, but it might be a bit surprising for you. They're going to be exactly the same question for each of these guys sitting on my left. Why? Because we want you to meet their perspective on the same topic. And if there's a time, hope we will go to the 2 rounds, 2 questions. If not, we'll stick in 1. Okay. As I mentioned before, I'm kindly asking you to be disciplined in managing your time. I guess we're good to go, aren't we? So make yourself at home and let us start with of the first questions. So, what are the main goals, but not only goals, but also tasks for cities in the field of circular economy, so that we could close the loop, as the title of our session says. Could we start, please, with Professor Ewelina Szczech-Pietkiewicz?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being the first. I will do my best not to eat all the time for all of you. Because the question is like incredibly large. The goals and
It's a bad question, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also I'm used to speaking in 90-minute slots, so sorry. What are the goals for the cities to close the loop? What are the tasks for the city to close the loop? To keep the answer short and clear, they're just the same targets and tasks as for any efficient city, as for any city that actually has a strategy and is effectively implementing that strategy. My take on the circular economy in cities or circular cities is that is just a good functioning city. It's just
like that.
Yes. So whatever tasks there are for a city, whatever goals a city has, that circularity can serve as a tool, as an instrument for achieving those goals. Just as we had in the in the introductory speech here. Cities are natural environment for circular economy. So there is not a specific circular, or there, in my opinion, there should not be a specific circular economy strategy for a city. Just well-functioning city, a city that is achieving its goals, maybe using the circular tools in order to have the to achieve those goals. And the goals of the cities, of course, that depends also here how they are set. In my opinion, at least having the good environment for the business, so using the for good circular business and good environment, good quality of life, standard of living for the inhabitants. That's the least two targets that we should have, least two goals for the cities to have. So the instruments of circularity, both in the business, urban business, but also in the standard of living should be employed. And I'm glad to see that there are people who do not agree with me. So
well, let's find out if there is there anyone who would not agree with that. Mr. Yves Laurent Sapoval. Is it the right pronunciation? Could you present?
Impeccable.
Oh,
exactly. It's nice pronunciation. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
same question. Would that be a Polish name, maybe?
Well, I have no idea what could that be in Polish. Anyway, so Wawrzyniec. Well, that's the last name that would come to my mind, translating Yves Laurent. Yves Laurent Sapoval, that's the right name. Well, the same question to you. How would you set the goals and targets for cities to close the loop? And do you see this topic in the same perspective that, as far as I understood, that there's no good city in terms of efficiency if there's no circularity in it?
Well, yeah, I disagree. This is to say something for an opening.
Perfect, I'm done. I'm off the hook. I can go out from the stage.
Okay. No, first I want to thank you for inviting me. I want to thank Frank Boutte for his very convincing introduction. It was I think, very interesting. So I think the major thing is, let's say, well, I prepared a speech about what we're doing in France. So be convinced we're doing very good things. we have a circular economy law, we have a plan for circular economy, many things. I give you 2 examples at the end, but I think the main thing that I want to say is stop dreaming, start living a new life. This is very consistent with what Frank said, okay? We are shifting from a way of making cities using new land, building new buildings with new materials. The world is not like that anymore. We're getting to a world where resources are going to be, there's going to be obviously a scarcity of resources, any resources. So we have to shift this model from new to used. I don't like very much the word circular economy. I'm sorry here. I prefer the spiral because it's, you know, it's no, we are not getting to the same place anytime. We're going to another place. So, and this can be done. I think this shift has to implicate economy, values, and people. I'm going to give you a few examples. This question Frank has been mentioning about zero net land taking. This means that we are going to discuss with people, with neighbors, how we can still build in brownfields. It's going to be complicated. The economy has to adapt. The actors have to adapt. It's not the same thing that you build in a green field than in a brown field. So this is a shift. This is a major shift. And this shift can only be obtained with values. Values, common values of sharing things, and not only thinking that something new is going to happen, because nothing new is going to happen. Only what is going to happen, what we decide. Okay? So, in very concrete terms, we in France have 2 examples. One is this question of zero land taking. It's not an easy part, okay? Stop wasting natural land to build cities, use brownfields, use the cities that already exist, okay? Second thing is new regulation for buildings. We are putting in place, implementing a new regulation for building that takes the life cycle assessment of buildings. So the real shift in terms of urban matters is to get into a global life cycle assessment, in terms of carbon and in terms of resources. This would imply also carbon pricing, but the main shift is really life cycle assessment. Get into life cycle assessment and see at the end of the day, from cradle to cradle, what does it mean to make a city?
Thank you so much. So stop dreaming your circularity dreams and start doing the circularity. Well, the same question, Patricia Foscolo. How could we close the loop in the cities, and what are the first things to do in our cities to achieve that?
Well, if you look at cities, cities are home for 55% of the population, so there's a lot, and it's going to grow. Cities are big waste producers, but they are also a stock of building materials, as said earlier in this day. And this is an opportunity for local players to develop on these new local resources. We have a lot of old furniture, household appliances, or building materials, wood, and so. And these resources have to be made available, and the city for us has to be production business friendly. For us, there's no circularity without local production. In the business model, there are the remanufacturing, the reuse of resources, but there is also the product as a service system, where you get closer to the client and you sell the service And in the city, you can do it easily. You have all the clients there. You have the demand. You have the suppliers. You have the networks. You have the research, the innovation, the universities. So a lot of things. And you can grow their business around circularity. Another goal is also to manage the use of land, the use of spaces for small production companies. I'm speaking of small production companies within the city. And this could be, the space is scarce in cities, especially in the city of Brussels. And a solution could be the sharing of space, mutualization between different production companies, and it could be also a public-private partnership where the public owns the ground and makes it available for small companies, and also the waste agencies, local waste agencies or associations that work with the extended producer responsibility can give also the resources, and small companies can settle around all these resources and make new business models with these resources. So for us, the city, we have to set the favorable conditions so that everything can works well in the city for the business to develop, and for, of course, job, the employment, but also well-being, reduce the impact on the environment. So for us,
almost everything is
circular economy has to do with sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let us come back to Poland and see how these goals and tasks are in Wrocław.
So, good afternoon, everybody. From the perspective of municipality, I very like the thesis that city is in fact circular as it is. I like it very much because for me this is quite new perspective. But taking under consideration crises that touch us nowadays, I mean energy, climate, war, refugees, flood and others, we have to think about our cities in very local context, not globally, but very much locally. And in this aspect, yes, we should be circular, but it is much more complicated. So first of all, thinking about the relation local government and our residents, we have to raise the awareness of the problem. In Wrocław, 68% of waste come to the wrong waste container. Huge
Let's
amount.
repeat it, 68%
of waste come to wrong waste container. So huge work to do in our attitude. And I don't agree with the speaker from the former panel that we have to prepare some incentives to create pro-ecological attitudes. I don't agree with that. We have to speak about it aloud, that if we won't shift into right direction and change our attitude, change our everyday behavior, we'll pay more for our everyday life. And I think it's that's enough. But we don't do it every day. So I think that ecological education in schools, but also for adults, for everybody. I think we don't have to teach seniors because they remember after a war time when they were very circular, in fact.
True.
So this is the first thing. The second one, we have to educate how to balance the demand and supply and how to choose proper goods and services, how we can pay attention to the footprint, carbon footprint of goods and services. Maybe this is complicated but important, so we have to pay attention. Another thing, we can give good examples. In Wrocław this year we started with Wrocław Urban Farm, where we produce vegetables for kids in preschools, in our city preschools. And this is, I would say, ecological but also a social project, because people that are excluded from the labor market work there, so that we pay less for supporting them because they get new skills for coming back to the labor market. And if there are any overlaps of those vegetables, our NGO partner take it for social purposes. So this is circular as it is, and I think that kind of projects are very important. But also that kind of projects show that we can be resilient in perspective, in aspect of producing food for our cities, and maybe later, because I lost my this idea. So. We should start for us, and in Wrocław we do it like that. But in relation of local government business, we can support circular companies. So if they want to develop their cooperation with the city in Wrocław, we just support them, and I think this is a lot. But in fact, we don't have much influence on the law regulation. So I agree with another of previous speaker that in fact we need strict law regulations to shift the circularity as it is. I think that ESG has a great chance, because thanks to ESG taxonomy, most of the companies have to pay attention to ecological aspects, because if they want green financing, they have to report it properly. So
it's mixing between loaded on base which companies had to report, and it's mixing with that together with the finances. So if you don't report, and if you are not close to the EU taxonomy, you won't get any money from banks. And
yes, and even if you are not obliged to report, maybe you are in a chain of your business partners. So from my perspective, this is the leverage in good direction. And what we need multi-level cooperation and multi-level governance. I mean, this topic is very need to engage many stakeholders from many sectors and many levels. So we have to cooperate. I mean, NGOs, local government, national government, and also on European level to push the topic in good direction. So I think.
Thank you very much. All right, let us jump to the scientific perspective. Would it be right? Is it put in the right words? So, Professor Joanna Kulczycka.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I think what we worth to underline here with some main topic of the Circular Week is a well-being. Yeah? We are here for well-being. Circularity, for me, it's really goes to well-being. So for the citizen, for the, all the people with the administration and other city, circular city is a city where well-being is raised, yeah, first of all. That's from the perspective of this one. So the question really is how to achieve it. Yeah, we can say about less consumption. Yeah, less consumption. This is the circular economy, but we can use it. So we can lend. We not necessary to have all the things. Yeah, but to use it more efficient. That's the way. But every city is different in size of large, in size of number of tourists, in number of management of waste, management of resources. So that's the most important is absolutely well planning. Well planning of the city where we spend less time in the within a traffic jam, where more of activity is for us, like for example, you can use much more with a smart solution, smart administration and the other things. So it's not necessary to really well-being, it's really proper management of our time. With life cycle thinking, yes, I agree with life cycle thinking for material, but how to use life cycle thinking for the whole strategy. Life cycle thinking or circular strategy for the well-being, it can be one of the solution, but this is the management of the city, like the management of the company. But we have also macroeconomy around this. Yeah? The same, we have the city and macroeconomy. So for example, I'm from Kraków. Yeah? In Kraków, we have now about 60,000 of flats which are empty. How to manage it in the circular way? Because people keep the flat because it gives you more money within the year than the money which you keep in the bank. So 60,000 flats which are empty. And the management of this, I think it's really challenging because that's material which are embodied, not working, no people there, and so on. So that's why individual for well-being, this is some of solution.
Okay, what could we do about these empty flats? What about, let's say, local law that could change the situation? Is it possible, even in terms of forcing people to do something with their property? Could we do something with that?
About incentives?
Yeah. About the empty flats, because I find it quite interesting.
First good point is that we start to talk about this, that we treat it as a challenge. Yeah, that's the thing, that it's in a public discussion now. That this is the challenge for the city, and then we really can look the solution. Then we talk to this one, what to do with this. Yeah, so that's very beginning.
Thank you, Mariusz Rugat. What are the goals and the tasks that we should put first to close the loop?
Thank you for inviting me to be here. Thank you, Agnieszka. Hello, I'm here. I will start philosophically. To build a better world, you must
deep breath.
There must be better people to be born. And here, if we are talking about whatever waste management, about the circular economy, we must see the sociological aspect, culture aspect, fashion, business, and so of course environmental. So we build the culture as it is. We build the customs as they are. We need the new clothes every year or every season. We can share them, but the question is whether rich people can build the feeling that they can find a good solution, fancy clothes in these second stores. So some of I don't want to mention the poor people, but to mention the culture of exchange. You just mentioned the empty glass. We do not have milkmen that carry the milk and put it in your door, and they collect the empty glass the next day. We must have the customer or to reborn the custom in people to do this. And of course, there is always the question of technical solutions. We have huge waste, piles of waste that needs segregation, this needs separation, this needs people, this needs equipment, tools, this needs energy, and of course green energy. We have this carbon capture or carbon emission problem. So to have good regulations means to build them on to build the system more sustainable, not only punishing. I had at the last panel, I have a very viral discussion about punishing people for wrong selection. The rules should be fair and should be sustainable to let the people change their customs in very delightful way, but also to build the tools. So if we want to have the good segregation, we need to have the good segregation machines and the market that will receive the segregated waste. I've seen the reports, so 400,000 tons of plastic are collected in Poland and reused as the granulate HDPE for the second application. The question is that the plastic bottle, after we use it for the agriculture products, cannot be used again for these agriculture products. There is no regulation to use it. So this could be incinerated. This is the simplest solution. 400,000 tons of waste, plastic waste, and 300,000 tons of this plastic waste can be incinerated and close to Warsaw to make the heating system. The question is for the administration is to build not only the rules but also incentives to encourage business to reprocess, reuse, recycle these products. Not only plastic. I'm talking about the agriculture, about building biogas, biomethane solutions, about hydrogen. We have problems with green energy in Poland, in all over the world, maybe not in China, but this is the huge problem that if we do not provide green energy for business, local business, this local business will move to another place where they pay less. So we have some solutions, regulations in the regional government. Will we have another round of questions? There's still hope for another round?
Hopefully. Well, what's particularly interesting for me as a sociologist is that it's really hard to change the way that people live their life. And as we consider how many people we would have to convince to change their lifestyles, it might be even impossible. So sometimes it's faster and not even faster, but it's possible in its roots that we go not into individuals but into institutions and business. So that if there is a discussion on green energy, it's not our individual thing. It's how the energy is produced by big companies and how we could, regardless of our point of view, how we could use it in our daily life.
If there is an option to produce energy in Africa in solar panels and transport this energy in the formula of hydrogen to Europe, is the solution. But we should work on this by ourselves. The question is whether we have the technical, administrative, or business solutions to have a grant to build this kind of facilities here.
I understand. Thank you so much. Okay, and the last perspective would be from financial institution, bank, how to call Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. It's something different than just a regular bank.
Closing the gap in the cities, I see it as a drilling tunnel under the mountain, where we have the financial institutions on one side and we have cities on the other side. So we are both taking some steps to meet in the middle. And to elaborate on what motivates us to do such actions, I can say that from 2019, PGK is part of the Joint Initiative for Circular Economy as an acronym of CHIRES. And we've set a goal to mobilize 16 billion euro in circular economy projects till 2025. how we set the targets based on European investment in ourselves. So we know that there is only one KPI that is very favorable for financial institutions